All right, what's up, everyone? Is the sound working? I'm having some issues with the sound here. Is it working? Let me see. Audio. Can you guys hear me? Tap tap. Oh, sorry about that. It's probably a terrible sound. Let me know in the comments if you can hear me. Can you see me? I can see myself. Oh, I'm very blurry. Let's go. Focus. There we go. All right, here we go. Today we are live with the 5ers live trading room. Yes, we can. Nice. No sound, no lipstick. Looks good. So you don't like me with the lipstick? You don't like me with the lipstick, huh? What if I do? If I do. Okay, so what we have right here on this screen is Bitcoin. Look at that. We got Bitcoin here on the screen, and Bitcoin just broke into new all-time highs. We're not going to be talking a lot about Bitcoin and crypto here because I know that you don't care. Like, as soon as I start talking about crypto, it's just the views just drop. So I know that there's some of you in here that likes to look at crypto, likes to trade crypto, me included. I love looking at the crypto market. Let me see. I just got some notification here with messages. There is only gold. Yeah, that's right. Let's. I'm a little bit not really. Haven't really planned this well here today because I just come off a meeting with Dahl, the one and only, the boss, the big boss. Man, I wish I could tell you all the things we're working on. It's absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing, the things that is going on behind the scenes. You'll in due time you'll get to know. Right now, all you have is me here today. Can you guys see me? No? Now we got two of me. What is going on here? Hello? 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 Okay, let me... What is going on here? Let me fix this. Sorry, guys. Okay, we close this one down. Ah, there we go. Okay, so we're gonna move that here. Okay, I'm just getting started, guys. Just getting started here. Okay. Good. Okay, let me know in the comments, guys. Do you want me to look at Bitcoin? Do you want me to look at the Forex market? Do you want me to do live trading on gold? Whatever you guys want, I'm here. I'm here to show you what you want and help you out with whatever you need help with. Okay. So we got Bitcoin right here, and yeah, exactly. Just like opening two positions at the same time, and you're like looking at them like, who's this? Who's this right here? Pascal says a quick scalp. Do you want a quick scalp? Okay. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I do have a second camera. I might open that up and of course can have a conversation with myself. That could be quite interesting. Okay, so what I wanted to show you guys today here is, you know, Bitcoin. Okay, let's check gold. You know what? Let's not check Bitcoin now. I know that it's like super boring. Nobody cares about Bitcoin. So let's take a look at something else instead. Let's actually go over to the gold the gold chart here. And we have some interesting developments for gold right here. Let's put on some music. This is super boring. Put on some music here. Where's the music? Where's the music? All right, there we go. Okay, we got some music in the background. Let's party. Nah, let's not do that. Okay, so we got gold right here, and what we see right here is we have a downwards trending channel on gold right here. We're hitting the upper boundaries of this downwards trending channel for gold. Now, I would argue that this is a secondary trend. Now, what do I mean with a secondary trend? Well, you have primary trends, you have secondary trends, and then you have intermediate trends. I learned that from the CMT book, and actually I have a test coming up for CMT. It's in 1, 2. Oh my god, it's in less than 3 weeks. I got some studying to do. Incredible. I did a test. I did it like a mock exam, and I got, so it's gonna be 130 questions, and you need to. They don't really go out with the results or the threshold before, but it's like somewhere around 70%, so somewhere between 70 and 80% completion. You need to pass it, and I'm at, like, on the mock exams, I'm at like 72. So I'm like right on that level where I might pass. So these weeks now, I gotta be super focused. You know, I'm super focused and really go all in on the studying of this. Okay, so gold. We have the primary trend. Now, the primary trend is basically the most visually obvious trend on the chart, and it's a lot of times it's going to be on the higher time frames. It's the trend that lasts for months to years, and then you have the secondary trend is going to last for weeks to months, and then you have the intermediate, which could be the intraday trend. And what we see right here is we see that gold is currently in a big uptrend, right? Big uptrend. The primary trend is definitely bullish, and this, I would say, is the secondary trend, a downtrend within the larger uptrend. And then, of course, we go into the lower time frames right here, and we're going to be looking at what can we make out of this trade, right? This trend right here on gold. If you guys have any trades you're looking at, let me know. We got Nelson is short on gold. I'm short looking at it until around this week opening price. That is not a bad idea. I think that looks like a interesting idea. We're definitely going to be covering that idea for gold. And then we have Jamie being short on gold and long on US 30. Let's take a look at that. So the first thing that I see here on the 4-hour, and this 4-hour candle is going to be closing in about 15 minutes. That would be a good confirmation of a potential reversal, being the first major bearish candle within this uptrend right here. So that's what we see on the 4-hour. We also see on the 4-hour that we're testing a support area. A support area that was previously a good resistance area. So you can see right here with the hit of that level right here as support, that level then acted as resistance right around this area right here. And we're now slowly but surely coming down into that region once again. So the question now becomes, do we want to short into this level, or do we want to start looking for longs on gold? So those of you who are shorting gold right here, I'm assuming that you're shorting based on the bearish volatility and the potential rejection that we're getting right here, also at the top of this channel. But what do you think about the support right below? You're basically shorting into support. And also take into consideration, we talked about the primary trend. There's this saying in technical analysis, the trend is your friend. and follow the trend until the end of the trend, all whatever, you know. You know what I'm saying? The trend is your friend until it betrays you and leaves you for a better trend. So you want to be following that trend, and unless it like stabs you in the back and takes out the stop loss and you blow your account. But the question is then, like, what is the trend? What is the trend for gold? It's bullish. If you're shorting gold here, you're going against the primary trend. And not only are you going against the primary trend, you're also shorting into support. Is this a good idea? We have one in the comments saying buy on gold. We got two shorting gold. We got one on buy for gold. Yep. Trend is your friend till, yeah, okay. I guess that's the saying. I thought it was like the trend is your friend until he leaves you for a better trend. That's, you know, might be from another book, might be from another industry. I don't know. Okay, so that's what we're looking at on gold right here. This is on the 4 hour. Okay, so we're going to be going in to the lower time frames right here. We're going to be looking at the 1 hour. Let's okay, so questions like these, guys. So like, should I buy, trade, or exit? Stop playing games, man. Drop that mobile. This is not Call of Duty. This is trading. This is real life. Where decisions have consequences. What should you do? Should you buy or should you exit gold? Now I can't answer that for you. What you need to do is you need to ask yourself, what's my strategy? What's my investment philosophy with gold? Now, if you can't answer that, then drop everything you have, go pick up a spreadsheet, start testing ideas, get numbers, get statistics, get working on creating a system, and then you come back and you tell me, I have a long signal on gold because of this and that. Do you think it's a good idea? Now that gives me something to work on, because it's very dangerous for me to tell you, yes, you should buy gold here, because I don't know, like, are we talking about long-term, intraday? Are we talking about, you know, spot? Are we talking about, you know, whatever, you know, it's yeah. But I'm going to be talking about what I would be doing if I were to trade gold. I would be going long. I think this is a really good level to buy. So we're going to be looking at the, we're going to go into the lower time frames here, and we're going to be starting to add some low time frame, maybe indicators, look for some levels, look for some confirmation right here. I got stopped out on the previous short that I had open on the competition. Speaking of the competition, I hope you're all in the competition. And if you don't know about the competition, you will know in just a little moment. Listen up, traders. We got a new competition with massive prizes launching at The5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is you sign into the The5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck. All right, so this is the current competition that we have running right now. If you go to your hub and you click contests right here, you can start signing up for the next contest that we have. Currently, we have 8,580 people signed up of Oh, 20,000. So we now increased the participant level from 10,000 to 20,000 because, you know, last time we had the spots are filling up quite quickly. By the way, guys, I know that in previous live streams I said if we can hit 500 likes on today's live stream, we're going to do a giveaway. That stands for this giveaway, and it's going to be standing on every single giveaway going forward. So make sure that if you hit that like and we reach 500 likes, we were very close yesterday, but didn't quite hit that 500 likes. But if we can hit that 500 likes today, then we will initiate a giveaway for you guys. Go into the click contest, sign up for the next competition right here. We're going to go in and we're going to look at the current competition that we have right here. We're going to go into my dashboard. We're going to look to see yeah, good question. William says, are you alone today? Yes, I am alone today. Mike is sick, and Anastasiia, she had her birthday, I believe, yesterday. She's taking the day off today to I guess celebrate. That's what you do when you have a birthday, right? But just me. It's just me. It was supposed to be me and Mike, but then Mike got sick. At least that's what he tells me. Yeah, we'll see. I got two trades on wow, I'm in a drawdown. I'm in minus 87. So okay, so 2 trades on the account, 50% win rate. That's good. I mean, that's good. 2 trades, 50% win rate. Not too bad. What's my position? Let's go to the contest page right here. What is the position? My position is 7,000. I got 7,362. Nice. We only have 20 people disqualified. Top space is all the top is already at $3,700. That is quite interesting. Very cool to see. Okay, so let's see if we can take another trade on that challenge account today. And I'm looking, of course, on gold, and I'm going to be going back to TradingView here to see if we can find something interesting to be trading. Okay, so first of all, what I like to do is I like to add the Fibonacci level, because I am quite frequent user of the Fibonacci retracement tool, and especially a certain area within the Fibonacci retracement tool called the reload zone, which is the area between the 0.786 and the 0.618 right here. Okay, so we see that gold right now hit the 0.618 absolutely perfectly right here on the 1 hour. Of course, if it's on the 1 hour, it's going to be on the lower time frames as well, but we're going to go into the lower time frames right here to see if we can find anything interesting. So going into the 15-minute. Oh, I see that Dirk is perhaps joining us. It's going to be really interesting when he comes on. It's going to be interesting to hear his views on the markets. So what I'm seeing right here is the hit of the 0.618. That's a good move to the downside. Do we have anything interesting happen in low time frames? Yes, the 1 hour is showing us a possible double bottom, possible rectangle structure right here. Rectangle is basically a range, right? So we're going to be looking at the indicators right here to see if we can find anything interesting. Like, what I would love to be seeing here is a bullish divergence. If we can find a bullish divergence here at support, are we going to go long? Of course, we're going to go long. Do we have a bullish divergence? Yes, we do have a. Not really. It's not really bullish divergence because it is actually higher highs here. What is the stochastics telling us right here? It's a little bit high. What is the MACD telling us? I like the shift in momentum here on the MACD. What is the OBV telling us? OBV is still kind of not really ready to break out here. Let's look at the what is the ADX telling us here? Let's add the ADX. The ADX is quite high. What is the ADX telling us on the 1 hour? Okay, so we got a good trend on the 1 hour. The 4 hour is pretty strong, starting to slope to the upside. Okay, so the OBV here, I want to go with the futures market as well to make sure that I get the right volume information. As you know, with volume, we want to be looking at the futures market because it's centralized. The forex market, not centralized. You want to be looking at the centralized exchange to get the best information from the volume indicators. And right here we see that OBV, which is the one here at the bottom. We're looking at the OBV, and what we're seeing right here is, yes, we are seeing that bullish volume is coming up, but we can also do technical analysis on the OBV. So on the OBV, what we want to see is a break above this resistance right here. If the OBV can break above that resistance, it tells us that we have a potential bullish shift in volume coming in right now. The volume is somewhat of in a downtrend, and you can also see that being visible in price right now, as well as it breaks down, and there's no real increase in volume here as well. I'm going to go into settings here, and I'm going to remove the latest news, make sure that I can see all the volume bars right here. So we're going to be adding a alert on OBV above that level. I think let's try that anyway. Yeah, I know it's repainting, but it's going to work anyway. So get the alert on OBV. We can now lower that one, and I want an alert as well on gold when it gets above that level. Okay, so now let's start working on a possible trade idea here. Now, what we want to see here on the lower time frames is if we start a range here, we want to see perhaps volume picking up within the range that tells us that there is increasing buying pressure here within a range. We have a downtrend right here, and what we can see in this downtrend is not really a decreasing in volume. Volume was kind of picking up on this move to the downside. We have a decrease in volume during this accumulation. Now, what I would like to see is a break above this level for gold. I want to see a break above that level for gold. I want to see a spike in volume, and I want to see that OBV breaking to the upside. Looking at the MACD, I like the switch in momentum here that we see on the MACD, and we can also see that a good bullish signal on the MACD here on the 1 minute. 5 minute is still quite bearish. Price action on the 5 minutes is still quite bearish as well. Let's look at the OBV on the 5 minute. Very bearish on the on the 5 minute here as well. We can't really get a good understanding of what's happening here in terms of any shift, because 5 minute has not really developed in a way where we have any type of confirmation. But we can look at volume. We have volume steadily increasing here on this downtrend, and what you have is when price is in a downtrend with increasing volume, it tells us that volume is confirming price, right? If we had a downtrend with decreasing volume, that would mean that volume is not confirming price, and you then have a divergence between volume and price. That tells us that people want to be selling gold. People, you know, there's a volume in the downtrend, which means there's sellers stepping in, and you know what it means. You know what it means. Coffee. That when I start talking like that, it means coffee. That's what it means to me. that's what it means to me. I love coffee. I love water as well, like coffee and water. And the best thing about coffee, it's beans and water. Like the best of two worlds. I absolutely love it. So water, got the water here. I got the coffee over there, and we got gold right here. Forex Rusty says, any giveaway? Well, if you hit that like, I will let you know when we hit that 500 likes, and I will initiate a giveaway for you all. Okay, so we got some pushes coming in here. We have an alert as well. Do we have an alert on the OBV? Let's take a look at the alerts here. Yes, no, we do not. That's a lot of other alerts we have because that's on my indicator. Now that we have the, we do see now that price is forming a nice structure here with price. Forex Russ says buy in EU. Let's take a look at the EU shortly. I just have to monitor gold here to make sure that I don't miss anything. What's up, UK swing trader? I would guess that you're from the UK and perhaps even a swing trader. Well, welcome to the live stream. I've seen your name around here, so I'm very happy to have you. Very happy to have you here. Yeah. What are we doing? Okay, so I need to be able to monitor gold here. And so to be able to do that, of course, I'm going to be watching gold on my other screen here. Now, oh, that's right. The futures, it's delayed. It's delayed because if we switch to this chart, you will see a massive move to the downside on gold. Look at that. Now, this whole structure here is invalidated. Okay, you know what? Speaking of my brand new screen, I need to get a new graphic card. My graphics card is like 10 years old, and the screens are starting to flicker, and sometimes they're turning off. When I'm doing these live streams, they start doing all these weird noises and stuff flickering. So I need to get a new graphic card. And you know, we talked about this yesterday. I went in and I looked at the prices of graphic cards, and I'm like, what? You know? What is this? Like, LJ recommended a graphic card. So I'm like, yeah, that sounds good. It's like $1,500 for that graphic card. So I'm like, I want to spend like $400. Like, I'm not even gonna see the thing. Like, why? I don't like spending a lot of money on things that I can't even touch or see. I can touch it, obviously, but I want to see the things that I buy. Like the camera here, I love this camera. I can see it. The screen, I can see it. I buy gold, I can see it. I buy graphic cards, I put it in the computer, I'm never gonna see it again. Crazy. What's up, Percentage Gain? Welcome. Happy to hear that you're enjoying the live stream. It's quite crazy to have the fact that so many people are tuning in here and enjoying listening to me talk about coffee, water, and graphic cards. Okay, so we got a push here on the 1 minute right now. Looking fairly interesting right here, but of course no good confirmation of anything. The downtrend is still very much alive here on gold. We have bearish momentum on the stochastics on the RSI. We got stochastics RSI being quite low here right now. I do like. It's a good idea actually. This is a good idea. Yeah, why not? Okay, we got a lot of buying pressure coming in here on gold right here. That what we need to see to really confirm this is we need to see reclaim of this level right here. Now we can obviously see that there's a lot of interest to be buying gold at these levels, and I think we're also hitting the midpoint of the reload zone right here. If we go out to the 15 minute, you will see that this is the perfect retest right here. This is the optimal trade entry right here on the 0.702 right here. Well, with Bitcoin, I buy Bitcoin, I sell Bitcoin, I buy a car, and then I can touch the car, you know? Gotta think long term. It's not like I buy a graphics card, I keep it for a couple of years, then it's useless. That's the difference. All right, guys, let's get those likes numbers up. We got a lot of people watching. We do not have enough likes for the people watching, so make sure that you do hit that like. I know a lot of you right there haven't hit the like. I know because I look at it. I look at the numbers and I see that you haven't hit the like. Okay, I'm going to start talking about the like now. On the 1 minute right here, we're reclaiming that level right now. I like what I'm seeing right here. Am I going to go long? Am I going to go long? Let's look at the indicators. Yep. We got a bullish divergence on RSI on the 1 minute right here. I am going to go long. We're going to go long on gold right now. Not right now, maybe right now. Well, you know, I got to take the risk. I got to take the risk. I'm going long on gold. What should be my lot size right here? Yep, right. Okay. Let's go. Yeah, it's a rejection. Getting a rejection of that level right now. So let's... Are we going to wait? Nah, I think the momentum is all already here. We're going long right now on gold. I am long on gold. We're gonna put the stop loss right below the wicks on the 1 minute. So I got my stop loss at 3306. No, a little bit lower. We got it at 330628. TP right above on those heights right here. Looking for a 1.5 or something like that. This could either be a quick stop up, and then we will then look at entering lower. But this is the trade. We got the trade right here. We got the stop loss down here, and we have the TP up here. So about 1.56 R. When we can get above this trend line right here, that's when I will feel safe to start managing this position a little bit more actively. So we're getting that push and up. So you can see right here, so I got the MetaTrader to the right of me, and then we got trading view that we're watching right here. So the bullish divergence that I talked about on gold is obviously the fact that we had that low right here, that low. You know what, let's not use that. Let's use this one instead. So we got a low, lower low. We got a low and a higher low on the RSI, which is a bullish divergence. The only issue with this is we still have some increasing volume while we're still in a downtrend. But I like what I'm seeing right here. Hopefully we can get something done here. Getting another push it up, so I like what I'm seeing right here. Okay, let me know, guys, in the comments, are you bullish or bearish on gold? Let's pull up a poll on this. Go into the comment section right now and drop your vote. Are you bullish or bearish on gold? We got the teriyaki chicken. Nice. Feels like today it might retrace a bit. That's an interesting name, man. Teriyaki chicken. Who doesn't love a good teriyaki chicken? Bullish, waiting for setup. Yeah. I give it 5 minutes and then it's gone. But yeah, they would definitely have better confirmation if we can get above that trend line right here. Volume is very slow. Volume is very slow. I want to see what look at this. We got ICT in the comment section. It might go up a bit and then drop. Yeah, and I like that. Like I do analysis, you know, maybe I post on X, you know, post a chart or something, and it's like it might go up, it might go down, and people are like, oh, great analysis, you know. I think I think you're absolutely right. I think it might go up and then it's gonna drop. I think that's a very fair assessment. Okay, so we're hitting that trend line right here. We're hitting that level right here. We're not okay, I'm gonna close the trade. I'm gonna close the trade and I'm gonna look for confirmation lower. Now, what I'd love to see here is a move down to perhaps hit that reload zone right here. If we can get a bounce inside that reload zone, that would mean we have a higher low and then perhaps a breakout. And on the breakout, if I can see volume kind of picking up right here. This is a good question from Michael MG. How can you see that volume is slow? Well, you know, if this would have been a proper breakout, then you would not see that strong declining volume. You can see that price has a big move to the upside, but volume is steadily declining throughout that move, which leads me to believe that it's a fake out. Okay, we bearish judging from the daily chart, but I could be wrong, and you still have room for a short-term long position. I feel like I have a sneeze coming. Just to let you guys know. Yeah, no, not yet. Daily is kind of like, yeah. Don't force to be right in this market. Embrace being wrong. What? I don't want. Like, why? I don't want to be wrong. Like, why would I embrace being wrong? Let's embrace being right. Let's be winners. Let's embrace the spirit of winning. Embrace the spirit of winning, and let's ignore the fact that we might be losing. Okay, so we're hitting that 0.618 right now. We're hitting that level. You can see the price is reacting to that level right now. We got volume picking up right here. I want to see a nice little I want to see a nice little bounce here. I want to see bullish momentum coming in here. Yeah, looking good. Hopefully we're not going to get a bearish signal on the MACD. It kind of looks like we're losing momentum here, but hopefully we can get a bounce in on that level. I am going to open a small position. If we can just get a bullish 1 minute candle around this area, I'm going to start opening a small position. You can see how price is respecting that 0.618 on the lower time frame. So let's add the numbers here so you can see what I'm talking about. So it's hitting that 0.618 beautifully, and this is exactly what you want to be seeing right here. Now I want to see a 1 minute bullish candle. Okay, we got a long position opening again. Now that is beautiful. That is beautiful right there. We have a lower high, lower low on the lower time frames. It looks like we're about to perhaps get a decent move here from gold. So we got in 5 seconds, we got this 1 minute candle closing. Can it close as a bullish candle? Yes, it did. Almost a bullish engulfing candle as well. Not really a bullish engulfing candle, but almost a bullish engulfing candle, and price is continuing to push higher. If we can get above this zone, I will double the position. Do I need to have a stop loss for the competition? Let's go in and I need to have a look. Do I need to have a stop loss for the competition? Let's see. What is the rules? Well, it doesn't say anything about having a stop loss. Okay, good. Stop loss is a must for the competition, or you're saying is generally you need to have a stop loss to trade, or you're saying like for the contest? Because I'm not seeing anything in the rules that you need to have a stop loss in. What does my trade plan say? My trade plan says that if we lose this reload zone, I'm going to close the trade. If we break above this zone, I'm going to be adding to the position. That's what my trade plan tells me. Right, okay, so I am monitoring gold here on my right screen, and we're now quickly going to switch over to Euro USD because I've seen a lot of people asking about Euro USD. Let's go over to that. EUR USD. Not the futures. We're going to be looking at this one right here. Okay, good stuff. Now, okay, gold really looks like it wants to break out here. Okay, not really. Look at the 1 minute. It's like, it looks good. No, it doesn't look good anymore. So we got a similar structure on your USD here, and so I like your USD from a 1 minute perspective right here. Yes, the indicators definitely help me, especially when you use leading indicators like the RSI and looking at the divergences. That is helpful, and of course also the looking at volume. I mean, looking at volume is a must in technical analysis, because volume tells you something that is not available in price. Everyone says like everything you need is in price. Well, not really. Volume is not in price. Volume is actually an addition to price. So having an idea of what volume is doing is obviously very important for technical analysis. We're going to be looking at Euro futures. What's the ticker for the Euro futures? Yeah, 660. Okay, we're delayed here, of course, as well. But I want to be looking at what the OBV is telling us here. Yeah, the issue is that we got delayed 15 minutes, so of course it's not going to be able to look at that. Not really gonna help us. Yeah, we got good momentum coming in from EU here on the 1 minute. We're hitting that level right here. Yeah, of course I'm gonna go long here. I kind of have to go long here. Right, let's go. Where's EU? Oh, that's right. I can only have one position open on the contest. Right, so I can only have one position open on the contest. Let's go over to gold. Gold is breaking down. It does not want to get above that level. Are we going to close this position? We are going to close this position if we drop below this reload zone right here. I'm going to be... Can I open one more position on the same asset? Let's see. No, only one position. Okay. Yeah, stop loss is a must with bootcamp. You're absolutely right about that, guys. We have a lot of. You're asking if there's any trade today. I'm literally trading live here. I'm literally like this. I'm trading live. What you see right here, that's the trade I'm taking. Okay, so gold is dropping down here. Dropping below the that's right, there's no need to force any trades here. We're not here to trade, we're here to make money. Again, it's a big difference. Okay, we're dropping down right here. If we can close a 1 minute candle below that reload zone, I am going to close this gold position right here. But if we can find a bottom here, then that would be awesome. We are now seeing that on this move down here, we are now seeing a steady decline in volume right here. But the OBV is telling us that it's a decline in... It feels like a decline in buyers volume. We don't really have a lot of buyers coming into the market here on gold. Very interesting to see what we get right here. I think that's the one. What's up, Dirk?
What's up, guys? Everybody celebrating the new all-time high in Bitcoin, or?
Yeah, well, people on this live stream, they want to look at gold.
I know. Well, man, yesterday I got hammered by gold. Really, it's like
Yeah, I closed the position on
the early
on gold here
session.
as well.
I should start like this. Like on Tuesday, I picked up my wife from the airport and went like kind of rushing, and then they kept the plane for like 1.5 hours on the runway. That's why I couldn't make it until 11 o'clock also to the live stream. And then I was like, oh man, I missed the whole morning session. I need to trade something now. And of course, I picked like the worst trades. Like really showed me like, oh, you should not trade when you are not in a Zen kind of mindset at the moment. So I lost the trade because I fat fingered it. I wanted to put in a stop loss of, 5,956 for the S&P 500 for a short, but I put 5,950 instead of 56. So it was stopped out immediately. So I lost 0.5% on that trade. So I was like, what is that? And then yesterday, I was down 1.5%, recovered a bit in the afternoon when the US market started moving a little bit. But overall, I'm not satisfied yet with the results I have for our trading competition this week.
No, no, me neither. I am, it's like I like doing these competitions, and I like doing this intraday trading and all of that, but it's not me. It's not me. On these live streams, I think it's great entertaining. It's fun, but I also feel like where I excel is swing trading and macro analysis and all of that. But it's not really fun to, spend 2 hours, doing high time frame analysis on a live stream. So I think everyone watching here, you need to understand that the way we are trading here, there is a lot of logic behind the trades that we are taking here, but understand that me as a swing trader, maybe you shouldn't follow the trades that I take here on the lower time frames, because that's not my expertise. And if you look at my funded accounts, I'm not taking all of these trades on my funded accounts. I'm taking them on evaluations and contests and that sort of things. Now, we have other traders who are really good at intraday trading, like Victor, for example. I've seen his scalping results, and wow, he's really good, really good, very impressive.
So let's see here. Today I haven't traded anything, but I'm $238 in loss at the moment for our trading competition.
How much?
$238.
Yeah, I lost here as well now on gold. I'm still like I'm trying to get a position here. I'm trying to. So
are you
today I'm down.
Are you long gold or?
No. I tried 2 trades here on gold, but I want to. Like what I'm looking at here is. So we obviously have a quite an obvious bullish. Oh, look at that. Investing stories. Are you single? No, I'm not, but thank you very much. I know I look pretty good, and I'm funny, and I very good swing trader and all of that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take a screenshot of this comment right here. I'm going to send it to my fiance and say, look at this. Look at this. Someone thinks I'm pretty. Someone thinks I'm pretty. Okay. Now, hopefully she's not watching this.
I'll send her a copy later.
Yeah. Hi Dirk, great session yesterday. Inspired me to read more about interest rates and intermarket analysis. Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. I think you're referring to the podcast session we had yesterday morning, LJ and I, where we were discussing a bit about a possible dollar-yen short trade because of the unraveling of the carry trade, where we have the Japanese yields for 10-year bonds are quite high. And this puts, of course, pressure on your long dollar yen, which is the carry trade. Yeah, you got more interest rate every day for your long US dollar position, your buy US dollar position, more than you pay on the yen you're borrowing for that trade. And that seems to be unraveling. Actually, LJ and I this morning, ABL, we were also discussing about it, but we kind of missed the train there a little bit because it came down now faster than we expected it to be. But I have set up an alarm. Once we see dollar yen going to the 200 moving average again, I'm for sure going to short it. I think that's a great trade for today.
Yep.
Oh man, I've drank too much coffee today. I'm like super.
Yeah, I made like normally I have a small thermos, but now I brought this bad boy.
Nice.
This bad boy.
I think this is like my third cup. By the way, do you like my nice logo on my
No
cup?
way, you get one of those. Oh wow, cool. I need to get one of those. Not with your face on it though, but
I
something
can
else.
send you one with my face. I got it as a present, like 10 of them from a company. But we should have more 5ers merchandise to wear actually on the streams, I think.
Yeah, we should. We do have a. Yeah, we should. I'm gonna have to hit up Sol about that. Like you gotta start producing some. We do have a merchandise store. We can get like we have boxer pants, like we have bathing shorts and that, all of that fun stuff.
Maybe like a 5ers cappy or something. I mean, you have a hoodie, no? Like the one of a kind hoodie with a 5ers.
I do have a hoodie. Yeah, I do have a hoodie. I haven't watched it for a very long time. Should probably do that.
Okay.
I'm not wearing it.
Interesting comment.
Yeah. Well, you know what? I like it, and I don't want to be. Yeah, I like it. Never mind. Okay.
It got the smell of losses ingrained into it.
Exactly. That's like the smell reminds me of be careful. Be careful out there. What time frames are you trading on? I would say that I don't really have a time frame that I trade on all time frames. It's for me, it's not about a time frame. It's about it's just about price. It's for me, I feel like once you start to understand how the markets move, how price reacts to levels, and the idea of the fractal nature of price action, time frames, it doesn't really matter. It stops mattering because the different time frames is just a way of showing price information in different increments. So the daily time frame shows you the same information that the 1 minute. It's just that it's more fragmented and detailed on the 1 minute really. So I feel like I'm using the 1 minute, the 5 minute, the 50 minute, the 1 hour, the 4 hour, the daily, the 3 day, the weekly, and the monthly. Basically, those are my trading timeframes.
Leo asking, what about NQ? Yeah, that was quite something there yesterday evening, no? When we slumped down there in the late session, and LJ and we were talking about it this morning, and I think he's kind of the same strategy going forward for today, that we wanted to wait a bit until there's more liquidity going forward in the US futures, NASDAQ future, for example, because we kind of had the feeling that the European session is going to be a little bit scared. Like nobody wants to jump in without seeing what our neighbors across the Atlantic Ocean are going to do. So I expect more movement to come there later on when the US joins. So I think our official opening is like 3:30 our time, if I'm not mistaken, Central European time. So like an hour from 2 p.m. going onwards, we're probably going to see more action there. And I'm kind of happy that I stayed away from this, because that's a 50-minute charts now. But if I go down to my usual one, the 2 minute here, you can see it's like super choppy. And this is exactly the type of market that was the trap for me yesterday morning, because I'm using a trend following system for this trading competition, and I got caught up in the shoppiness. I got into the trade, stopped out at minus 0.5%, got into the trade, stopped out again, and so on and so forth. Later on was able to recover a bit of this, but that's kind of the expectation for today, choppiness until later on the US joins us, and then hopefully we are going to see some nicely trending markets.
We got someone here saying he's in the top 10 weekly.
Nice.
That's pretty cool. Let me know.
I haven't joined. I should join the one for next week. Actually, I don't know why I haven't done that.
What's your name? What's your name, man? What's your name in the list? Or, but if you don't want to share the name, maybe you can just tell me what's your P&L. If we can, and if it truly is in the top 10, why don't you come on the live stream? I'm on the live stream. I can, send me an email. I can get you into the impact rate. Oh, really? You're number one. You're number one. Okay, so are you really number one? Let's get you on the live stream. Okay, so you can send me an email at tradingroom@the5ers.com, and I will then send you a link so you can join right here. If you have a camera, if you have a microphone, come on, show us the trades, show us how you're trading. It would be awesome. Get on here, and you're on 7 now. When I look at it, it says you're number 1. Okay, so maybe you dropped.
Yeah, but still, I mean, that is really solid. Yeah,
definitely. It's moving quite quickly here. But yeah, if you want to get on, the live stream, just send me an email at tradingroom@the5ers.com. I'll send you a link, and we'll have you on the live stream. Would love to have a conversation with you. And everyone, the winner of this competition is going to get an invite to the trading room to talk about how you managed to win the competition. Of course, it's not, you don't have to join if you don't want to, but definitely interesting. And if anyone's watching this and you want to join the trading room, maybe you have like some presence on social media, maybe you're have a trading community or something like that, you can come on here and you can share your journey and share your socials and everything. And so you send me an email to tradingroom@the5ers.com if you want to get on here and talk trading with us. Okay, let's go. I was in the top 10 in another platform, 290K profits in 4 months. That's crazy. That's a lot of money. Wow, very impressive. Let's see. I'm gonna open up my my mail here to see if I'm actually getting any emails of anyone joining. It would be fun to send out the link to someone to come on here and join us.
And by the way, guys, if you haven't done so already, if you haven't joined this week's competition, make sure to sign up for next week's competition for the 28th of May, where the new one is starting. You can only sign up if you're, I think, not signed up for this one, if I'm not mistaken. And so if you missed your spot on the current one, there's a chance next week to join that one. 20,000 max possible contestants there right now. I see about, what was that here, the latest number, 8,650 places already taken. And again, of course, there are great prizes. First place is 60K high stakes account. All the way down to place 10, you get you can win a high stakes account. But overall, of course, we have 100 people that can win prizes again. It's really nice. And the way, what I like really is the way the competition is designed. You cannot have these all-in trades all the time, where you just get lucky a couple of times in a row and then, you're up suddenly 20 or 30%. That's not possible in the way the competition is laid out, in my opinion, at least. And it's for free. Absolutely, completely true. It's free to join.
Yeah, it is. Okay. Yeah,
it absolutely is possible. By the way, we did this internally. LJ did like $1,850 in 1 day. Also,
yeah, he passed the whole, he passed an evaluation like 2 days. Insane. But you gotta understand, guys, these trading competitions, it's fun, it's entertaining, it's we do have certain rules, and in the future we're going to create new competitions with different rules, maybe put in rules where you can't, risk that much. So we can understand that, some people, but like LJ had a good number of trades. It had like 70% win rate. He passed an evaluation in just a couple of days, a high stakes evaluation. So yeah, it's very, very possible. But the thing here with competitions is it's fun, but you're never going to be able to trade that long term. Like try trading like that for 6 months, you're going to blow a lot of accounts, So we're going to try to create new competitions going forward in the future as well, where we have where we have different rules that, I don't know, maybe you can't take, big positions or things like that.
Did I activate this layover of the comments, or did you?
No, I did that. I'm
okay.
trying something new here.
That's new, yeah. I haven't seen that before. Yeah.
Is trying something new here, but yeah, the contest, the competition, I'm going to give you a link to that right now. It's basically the hub.the5ers.com/competitions. You can go in and you can join the competitions right here, right now. I'm just gonna do a test comment here, and I'm then going to remove it to see if it gets removed from the overlay. Yep, it does. Good, perfect.
Okay, nice. That's good too. Is the challenge chargeable? What does that mean? If you have to pay for it,
but it's free.
It's for free. Yeah, exactly.
It's for free. Okay, we have another possible opportunity on gold. Again, I am getting ready to buy gold once again. We now have that low coming in, and we do have still showing us good bullish divergence here at this level. So I'm just looking for some extra confirmation here to go long on gold. We're hitting that trend line once again. I think it's an important level, because of the fact that we did hit that trend line previously as well. Let me just change some things here on all of this. Okay, so getting ready to take that position on gold. Now, because I can only have one position at a time within this contest, I will of course enter a little bit of a bigger position. Yeah, I do think I do think LJ is printing money. That dude is I mean, he's making quite a lot of money from his funded account. So yeah, I could say that he's printing money.
It's funny, on the stream this morning we kind of talked about our approach, how we on a short time frame look at the markets, and we discovered that it's actually quite similar, the way we look at the markets. Of course, everybody has like their own tools and ways how to visually display that, but in a nutshell, it all was again boiling down to support and resistance, demand and supply.
Yeah, I mean that's what it is. That's very rare that you see a trader that is not utilizing the normal approach to supply and demand. I mean, you do have traders that have quite advanced systems that have, like, okay, when the RSI does this and ATR and Bollinger Band does this, you get a signal, and that's when I take a trade. How do I enter the challenge? You go to the link. The link is right here. Go to the comment section. It says go to hub@the5ers.com/contest, and that's how you enter the competition. Well, the way you get those types of result is you basically enter a trade with a big lot size, and then you're hoping for the best, basically.
I'm hoping for the best. Look at this here. Look at dollar yen on a 50-minute time frame with a 200. It's really, I'm waiting for the price to touch the 200 moving average here again, and then I'm going to short this one. Such a nice trade.
I'm buying gold here, so I'm in gold now. I know that it's a rejection of that trend line, but we see that OBV looks like OBV is about to break the downtrend right here. We look at OBV, we have a clear downtrend right here, but it looks like now we got that very, very clear bullish divergence on the RSI. We have it all the way from this low right here. Every single low right here, we have bullish divergence on the RSI, and the OBV seems to be perhaps starting to break out here. Volume is still declining though, but what I like here is that from this down move here to this down move here, we've seen a decline in volume. So what we're seeing right now is that the downtrend is coming to a potential stop right here. Someone saying, should we be buying gold right here? And I would say, if your system gives you a buy signal, then yes, you probably should do that. But here it's important that we mention that it's the way I'm trading is not the way you're trading, you know. So if I'm buying gold, maybe, you know, I will be, maybe you know, I buy gold here and then I'm gonna close in 2 minutes, so that when you enter gold, I'm already out of the trade. I've already opened 2 positions on gold, and I've already closed both of them during this live stream. And but now it's looking good. It does look like gold wants to break out here. And my target for this move is going to be those highs right here.
I'm with PIM Productions here. I'm not in a position right now, but I think the downtrend is still unbroken.
Yeah, definitely. But you know, you know, the way that the RSI with divergences is sort of a leading indicator, and when you combine that with volume, then you can actually try to, you know, try at least to predict what's going to happen and not follow what's actually happening. And that's what I'm trying to do here. And given the fact that if you go out to the 15 minutes, I mean, this is a level where I think gold should give us at least a temporary bounce. I might be wrong, and I might take another loss, but
where's your stop for this one?
So this is the trade, right? I'm going long here. Stops is below that wick, and then I have my TP here. So it's a good risk to reward. So that's
a good area. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to catch that move. But the thing is, if you look at the 4 hour, if this level is going to hold as support, there is of course the possibility of taking this trade where the stop is down here, and then you're looking at a move all the way up to the top, which would be like a 7 hour or something like that. So we'll see. But it does look like the in production says, but I am ICT, so not looking at those indicators. Okay, great.
What is ICT?
I don't know. No idea what it says. I think it's a I can't trade. I think that's what it means.
Enlighten us, PIM Productions. Tell us what ICT stands for. Because I've actually read this a number of times in comments, people talking about ICT.
Yeah, please let us know what ICT is in the comment section for those that do not know. Inner circle trading. It says inner circle trading.
Inner circle trading. Inner circle trading.
So so ICT is a trading guru that apparently got, and this is a true story. He got kidnapped by two market makers called Tobias and Marcus and Tobias, I believe. He got kidnapped, put in the back of a van, and they placed him in a warehouse where he had to figure out the combination of different locks to get out of that warehouse based on a Fibonacci sequence. And when he did so, those two market makers told him the truth of the algorithm that controls all the markets. Now, this is true. This is from himself, and from that he created it's actually true. So from that he created a trading strategy called so for example, he took the reload zone, like this is the reload zone, right? He took the reload zone, and then instead of using the 0.618, he's using the 0.62. And instead of using the 0.702, he's using the 0.72 or something like that. And instead of the 0.786, he's using the 0.79. And yeah, it's amazing. It's really, really amazing. So yeah, it's definitely interesting. No, and it's not Tori Trade's uncle. We know who Tori Trade's uncle is because he's been in one of her videos. But yeah, so ICT is a very popular trading strategy approach to trading. He made it very popular. And
like every couple of years, something like this comes up. So
yeah.
I have seen numerous of these go-to strategies coming and then fading into non-existence again. Which I'm not saying because I don't want to tell you with this, this definitely is not going to work. If it works for you, that's great, no?
Yeah, but ICT, I mean, ICT is definitely going to be around as a myth, as a legend in the markets for sure. It's I gotta send you a couple of videos, man. I gotta send you a couple of videos. There's this guy on YouTube who kind of breaks down the whole story of ICT. And
please send it to me. That sounds like exactly the entertainment that I need tonight when I'm lying in my bed. And
like it's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane.
Somebody commenting here on Reddit, ICT is just repackaging and overcomplicating support and resistance, supply and demand. It's overthinking.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what ICT does is like he has taken certain technical analysis things, because like you can't really reinvent the wheel, right? Technical analysis is technical analysis, and you can't really, everything that has been, it's all out there. It's all out there. Technical analysis has been pretty much figured out, right? And now what you can do is you can create new indicators with combining different things in the market. But ICT talks about things like a fair value gap, which is in a lot of times it's an untested breakout area. So you have like a big move to the upside, a strong breakout candle, and that leaves a space between the breakout area and the current price. So it's basically like an untested breakout area. And then with he has something called the optimal trade entry, which is basically the reload zone. But he has packaged it in a way that makes it, exciting and fun, and it's like a product that sells well, basically. And a lot of people are trading with ICT. We have a lot of people at The5ers trading with ICT. I mean, I do all of these trading interviews with a lot of people who are very successful trading with ICT concepts. And that's not because, ICT has figured out what works. It's because technical analysis works. And ICT has basically created a concept with different words that looks and sounds pretty good, and is appealing to new traders. So yeah, we gotta separate the man from the actual concepts, which is technical analysis. But enough of that. We are seeing that gold is now I like what gold is doing right here. It seems to be respecting this level as support, and I'm now up on the position right here, and I'm hoping that we're going to get another push to the upside right here. Yeah, and like he talks about order blocks, and I mean, order blocks have been around since before the time of ICT. An order block is basically I believe a bullish order block is the last bearish candle before a strong move to the upside. So for example, on gold, this would be a bullish order block, I believe. That one right there. Now, order blocks, that concept has been around for a long time, because it means that it's the last bearish push to the downside. So order block, like Victor uses order blocks, but he had no idea who ICT was, you know. So it's Jerez says order block can be an engulfing candle or an outside bar. Yeah, that's the way Victor looks at an order block, but it's not the the traditional definition of order blocks. No, order block has nothing to do with orders. Okay, order blocks has nothing to do with orders. It's just a technical. It's just a word for a price, a candle, a candlestick, a candle. It has nothing to do with orders in the market, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. They think that an order block is a specific block of orders of liquidity on the exchanges. It has nothing to do with that. It's just something that has already happened. There's nothing. It has to do with past price. It has nothing to do with the future. It has nothing to do with actual orders. Okay, let's see what we get right here. By the way, guys, let me know if you like what you're seeing right here. Make sure that you hit that like. We have 400 people watching us right now, but only 140 likes, which means a lot of you are not hitting that like. So make sure that you do hit that like button. Yeah, we're watching gold right here. I'm in that long position on gold right now. You can look at this is my third position on gold for the day. So what we have here on, if we look at volume right here, and this is tick volume, so it's not really real volume, but what we see in volume here is from this point where we had that move to downside, we have a decline, a decrease in volume. Now that's a good thing, because what you want to see is when you have a downtrend coming into a level, you want to see a decrease in volume, which tells us that market participants are not interested in this current trend that we're seeing. Now that we're consolidating, this is where you want to see volume picking up. You want to see volume slowly but surely picking up here, basically creating higher highs. And you want that to happen while price breaks to the upside. If we can get a break to the upside here with increase in volume, that would confirm that we have a breakout, and that would also add to the significance of a bullish divergence on the RSI. And if we can look at the OBV right here, we can do some technical analysis on the OBV. And what we see on the OBV here is that we have a clear downtrend, which means that the selling volume took control here, and now we're seeing a slow but accumulation of buyers stepping into the market. This tells us that the volume that's coming into the market is buying volume. At this point on the OBV, telling us on the 1 minute that buyers are about to perhaps take control and outnumber the sellers. And what we have right here is a resistance area on the OBV. Now, what's interesting with technical analysis is that for some reason, we can also do analysis on indicators that are not tradable, and it's just based on volume. But it actually does work, because when we have a break above that resistance on the OBV, most likely we're also going to get a breakout on price. And that's exactly what we're seeing right now on price. So let's go back to price here, and let's see if we have volume picking up. Now we see a small push to the upside here on price, hitting that resistance area, and now we want to see volume starting to pick up right here. So let's follow the development of the volume profile here. That is this trend line right here. Now what we want to do is on volume, we want to see a volume spike coming in. It doesn't matter if the volume is bullish or bearish, because the color of the volume bar is dependent on the color of the candle. So we don't really know if it's bullish volume or bearish volume, but we do see that volume is picking up right here. Now this could tell us that the move to the downside is sellers selling to buyers. So even though this bearish candle gives bearish volume, it can still be buyers buying from the sellers right here. So even if I have a bearish candle, and now we have the bullish volume coming in right here, we are now creating higher highs on volume. This tells us that we now have a bullish divergence on RSI. We got the OBV starting to look bullish right here, and we could potentially see a breakout. So right now, all the signs are here for gold to break out. That does not mean that we're going to get a breakout. Okay, it does not mean that we're going to get a breakout, but I would say that the fact that we're at high time frame support, we have volume, bullish divergence on our side, we have the OBV supporting this. That's why I've opened the long position, because I feel like the probability of getting a breakout is higher than the probability of getting a move to the downside. But I don't know what the percentage are, because I don't have the statistics on this exact setup on gold. But I would say that the probabilities do favor the bulls in this case, I would think. So let's see what we get right here. UK Swing Trader says, how's your prep for the CMT exam going? Is it worth doing? So it's going well, but it's a lot. It's, the book is 700 pages. It's 40 different chapters, with each of those 40 chapters having like 6 learning objectives. So I've been studying it for I think a year now, and I'm starting to kind of get to good level. And on the question if it's worth doing to become a better trader, not really. But if you're looking to create a career as an analyst, or you want to get a job in the industry, then it's definitely worth doing, because as a technical analyst, the CMT designation is like the gold standard of professional certifications. I saw the other day on LinkedIn, Bank of America was looking for a market analyst, a senior market analyst, and one of the things that you needed to have was a CMT designation. So obviously it's something that's viewed in the industry as something like positive thing to have if you're looking for a job as a market analyst. But as a trader, all you really have to do is just get a system and follow the system, really. Well, we're dropping down. That's all of this for nothing.
Oh, look at like the S&P 500, NASDAQ. They are so sideways choppy. My God, I'm so happy I chose to not trade this morning session. And then I would have been obliterated left and right again. And by obliterated, I mean I probably would have lost like 1.5 or 2%. It's kind of funny though that gold is moving that much in this early session. Oh, I think it's going to attack 3,300 now. Yeah. What's your opinion on Bitcoin, by the way? We kind of flew under the radar, you know, like you are muted, man.
I'm muted. Okay, so I'm not muted anymore. Now I'm probably going to stop that on gold here. Maybe it's barely touched that stop loss. We're going to see here. Okay, so let's take a look at Bitcoin, because I do have some really interesting insights on Bitcoin right here. Okay. Now,
I like to see that you are a fan of a logarithmic regression now as well.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's really good.
You've modified it a bit, yeah? Let's see. Nice.
I changed the colors.
Yeah, good.
To fit my color scheme here. Okay, so this is my reasoning for Bitcoin right here. By the way, this shows that all the indicators are waste of time. Well, it's one trade, man. Like, it's one trade. You can't really say that until you have a good number of instances where you can actually look at the statistics. And I like go out and look at gold. Look at gold whenever it hits support and you have a bullish divergence. Look at the statistics, and then you can see if it makes sense or not. Okay, so let's drop into Bitcoin right here. Now, what I really like about Bitcoin, so there's really three things I want to cover. First, the fact that the first parabolic run in 2013 started right here, and then we had after the second. And by the way, all the parabolic runs in the history of Bitcoin has started after the halving. So we got the first halving right here, parabolic run here, that lasted for 300 to 350 days before hitting the top of the channel. The second parabolic run in 2017, exiting this channel at the bottom before it hit that one, that's about 210 days. The third parabolic run in third cycle, we're currently in the fourth cycle for Bitcoin. This parabolic run lasted for about 140 days to this top, but the average between those two peaks is about 250. So I'm taking an average number there. Now, as I've written right here, we can see that each parabolic run in Bitcoin has shortened in duration from 350 days in 2013 to around 210 days in 2017. To roughly somewhere between 140 to 200 days in 2021. So the rate of decline is slowing, which might signal that we're getting into we're seeing a maturing asset. So the parabolic runs are still there, but the rate of acceleration is decreasing, but the rate of decline of those parabolic runs are also decreasing, and this might also this also adds validity to the Bitcoin logarithmic regression channel, because it's basically based on eventually you're going to have a sideways market. Eventually you might go into a market that looks more like the Forex market. So if this pattern continues, the 2025 parabolic run could potentially last between 100 and 140 days, depending on how this cycle develops. Now, that's the first thing. The next thing I want to cover is the idea of the average time that it takes from halving to top. Now, the average days from halving to top would bring us to around the 20th or 25th of August, which interestingly enough also puts us inside the time window of the parabolic run lasting from 100 to 140 days if the parabolic run starts in the next few weeks. And that would potentially, looking at the acceleration of this and where we have the top of the channel, could potentially take us to the somewhere between the 200. It's a big area, but it could be taking us to the $200,000 to $300,000 for Bitcoin. That's what the technicals are telling me. Like it feels weird saying that because it's a big move, but that could be what's happening. I'm more geared towards 200 actually than 300 because it feels quite insane. That's the second thing. The third thing I wanted to show you is the MVRVC score that we have here at the bottom. Okay, so the MVRVC score is simple. You buy at the bottom, you sell at the top, and so far it's been like 100% perfect with the high time frame bottoms and the high time frame tops for Bitcoin in every cycle. Now, it is true for the bottom, but the top, we see a clear sign of a potential alpha decay right here, okay? With that top, connecting that top, and we potentially could be watching this level right here as a sell area. So instead of seeing the sell area being above 8 or 9, we could be looking at the sell area being around 5. And if we add all of this together, from current price, from current time, we add about 150 days, so a little bit more than what we have left if we get a parabolic run in the next few weeks, lands us around this area right here, which aligns nicely with that trend line and possible alpha decay. So if we buy Bitcoin right now, when would I be selling? Well, I would be selling if we are trading around August or September, around perhaps the $200,000 area, or even 150,000, if the MVRVC score is up in this area and we've had a parabolic run. Okay, so that's my general outlook on Bitcoin. Spending a lot of time on this.
Yeah, you did, but it's nice to see that you made good use of the indicator there. So by the way, this indicator Jonatan was displaying this logarithmic regression. It's not an indicator, it's a logarithmic regression. You can find that for free also on TradingView. If you type in Bitcoin logarithmic regression, the good, the bad, and the Bitcoin, that's obviously me. You can add that to your Bitcoin chart as well. And it's open source. So the source code is also available if you want to modify it. Just one tip, because this is what I often get as a question. Why is it looking so weird when I put it onto my chart? You have to put your Bitcoin chart to logarithmic and make sure that you use the daily chart for it, please. Otherwise, it's just going to look very weird. So everything you said just now, I agree very much with. I've been saying this actually for 2 years now already. Peak cycle this time between late April 2025. We obviously have passed that already, and probably late October, early November of 2025. So with your August target, I think you are very much in the middle of that. And if price really wants to go all the way up there, and it doesn't really need to do that, we could see a stronger alpha decay as we are expecting at the moment, but we are looking at prices somewhere between 200 and 300,000 US dollars. Please don't quote me on this. Interestingly enough, another model that I've been researching or looking into quite a lot is the so-called Bitcoin power law, which looks at the development of price of Bitcoin as a power law model. It's from an Italian physicist called Giovanni something. You can find them on Twitter if you search for Bitcoin power law. And his projection is, first of all, he also takes account of those 4-year cycles always, and he says the next top should be in somewhere here in that area. That would put us in mid to late January of 2026, and his price target for that one is around 200,000 US dollars. And that's very interesting because both the models, the logarithmic regression and this power law model, they kind of point into the same direction. But you have to take that with a little bit a grain of salt, because this is also highly dependent, of course, on what is going on in this world. If we have like trade wars and tariff talks suddenly sparking up again, and there's like tension between the USA and China, you can be sure that this is going to have a negative effect on the price. So take it with a grain of salt. Just because it worked very well in the past and seems to be working right now as well, is of course no guarantee that it's going to work again in the future. However, I always have to think of the times like 2.5 years ago when we were streaming Jonatan and we were down there at 15, 16, 17,000 US dollars and talking about, hey, this is now actually the right time to buy Bitcoin. And everybody was like, oh, no, it's going down to 10, it's going down to 8, and kind of missed the train then. This is the second thing. It's not all about trying to get out at the highest possible price. If you've been watching my videos a little bit, you know that I've been slowly scaling out month by month since December already in Bitcoin, and also in US stocks, as a matter of fact. But it's more interesting for me also to know when has the time come to buy again. And this, you could take the MVRVZ score, of course, at something like this, or you simply see, well, once we reach the top and we've come down, we kind of go to the middle line of the logarithmic regression, or maybe even the lower channel. That for the future could be a good indication to buy Bitcoin again. And I can guarantee you, if we look, let's say 1 year into the future, and I'm very sure we are going to be in a bear market then 1 year from now, and we are going to be here and telling you, well, you know, this might be the time now to slowly start buying Bitcoin again. That once again, nobody will do it because everybody's going to expect a lower price again.
Man, I'm looking forward to that. I'm so looking forward to. I'm so looking forward because and I'm gonna be honest with you guys. You know, me and Dirk, we have been streaming since it's like 2019 maybe, right?
No, not like that long. I think we started 2020, I think.
Yeah.
Back then, when I was still cooperating with Prime XPT.
Yeah, and I was with the Burbnist, I believe.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that was the first time you had like this large event where I came in as a guest speaker. I remember that was the first time we met each other. Yeah, and the rest is history.
Ever since we have been. Like I'm not gonna say we've been right, but we have, at least for me, this cycle for Bitcoin has been so obvious since then. I mean, we've been talking to me, say like, yeah, this is probably the bottom, and you know, we've been right every bottom and pretty much every top. So yeah, really interesting, and I'm really looking forward to 1 year from now saying like, maybe this is going to be the top. I mean, I've sold most of my cryptos. I don't really have a lot of crypto because I really did think that 100K would probably be the top. I don't think we're going to see a huge move to the upside. I think we're very close to the top, right? But 1 year from now, we're probably going to look at this. We're probably going to be saying like, okay, the MVRVC score is low. We're back inside the low channel of the logarithmic regression chart. And I'm really looking forward to that because I'm going to accumulate a lot of Bitcoin, So I'm really looking forward to that.
That's the thing. It's not about like forecasting, oh, this is exactly the bottom, this is exactly the top. That's why I said I've been slowly phasing out of Bitcoin as well, because I also had that in the back of my mind. The alpha decay could be stronger than I was expecting. It's not a guarantee that we see 150 or 200,000 or a million or whatever fantasy price targets are out there for this cycle. So that's the way you do. You phase out slowly, and later when the blood is on the street and nobody wants Bitcoin, then you slowly phase in week by week, month by month. So you're not dependent on, catching the top, or in that case, catching the low price.
Yeah,
and
definitely.
I have to make a move, man. I have an appointment.
You have to make
in
a
10
move,
minutes.
because I need to I need to go to a meeting, but that's okay. I can be a little bit late to that meeting. I'm gonna wait, and I'm gonna wait for the other guys come in.
Who's
from
the next one coming on today? Victor?
We got. I think it's gonna be Rich and Victor and LJ. Hopefully, we'll see. It's gonna be exciting to see who shows up here.
A bit of improvising today.
Yeah. Yep.
All right, guys.
Okay. Well, thank you for joining, Dirk. It was very nice to have you on here. Always a pleasure to talk Bitcoin and crypto.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. And
awesome.
Yes, you guys have a good weekend ahead, and we're going to see each other live again latest on Monday. By the way, I'm later today also going to upload a video on my own YouTube channel with exactly the things about Bitcoin that we were talking about. Very short one, just 5 minutes. If you want to have it summarized again, check it out. That being said, Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.
Great. See you, Dirk. so I'm gonna go in to to YouTube. Make sure that we find Dirk's channel. I'm gonna link it in the comment section. It's called The Good, The Bad, and The Bitcoin. And now, of course, he does not only look at the crypto market. Very knowledgeable guy. Been a trader/investor for over 26 years now, and he has been managing family funds, family offices, working for banks, all of that. Very, very good trader. Make sure that you are subscribed to his YouTube channel. You can find the link in the description right there. So go in, hit the subscribe. Okay, so what are we seeing from gold right now? So I still believe that we are seeing a bottom for gold here. Because we're gonna see if we have maybe Victor, Rich, or because we do have that ABL session coming up right after this one, the ABL podcast session that's about to start in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna see if we have anyone who's able to get in a little bit early and take over, because I do have a very important meeting with a very important person about a very important thing going on. Hopefully I'm not oh, we almost have 200 likes. Make sure that you hit that like, guys. We have a couple of hours left. We have about 3 hours left of this live stream here today, and we have a potential chance of hitting that 500 likes limit. And if we do, when we do, we're going to drop a giveaway link for you all. So make sure that you hit that like. Okay, so looking at gold right here, I am stopped up once again. I do, however, feel like this is the bottom. This is the place where we are going to get a bounce. So hopefully we do find a bottom here. Okay, gotta see, is the meeting real now? Take a look. Yep. Right, okay, so I do think that we're about to print the bottom here for gold. And I'm really liking... Yeah, Pablo, that's actually a good idea. Oh, okay. Let's see if we can get a continuation on gold to the downside here. See if we can get some bearish pressures coming in on gold. Let's see if we can dump, you know, really get low here on the price of gold. Let's see if we can break the levels here to the downside and really see some insane downwards pressure here on gold. Is there drop immensely, big moves to the downside. Not sure if it's working, but let's continue. Looking very, very bullish here today. Looking very bearish here today. Look at the RSI. Okay, so the bullish divergence on the RSI. Okay, so now it's actually looking pretty bearish, and maybe that's what we need. Like now it looks properly bearish, and maybe that's when, you know, maybe that's when we do see the bottom. But you know, you look at the OBV. I mean, I still feel like this is a really good level to buy. feel like it's a really good level to buy. See what we can get here. Let me know in the comments, guys. Are you bullish or bearish on gold right now? Let's do a quick little poll again here. I want to see if you guys have updated your views on gold. Last time we did a poll, 60% of you said bullish. Let's see what that is. Go into the poll in the comment section, and we'll see what percentage of you are bullish or bearish today on gold. The hourly looks like a top has been formed. The 4 hour, good rejection on the 4 hour, definitely. Right, so the downtrend is clear. That we can see a break of structure here. If we can get a break of structure here on the lower time frames, that's what I want to see. And actually, if I would have waited for a break of structure before entering any of the other trades, I would have been outward profit here on gold. See what we get here. Yeah, maybe we can switch chart here. I'm going to be adding some alerts here on gold. There's no need watching this unless you find anything. Okay, so we'll look at USD, JPY. Yeah, I mean, I looked at this yesterday and I thought, you know, it looks like it's in a really good area here. I mean, it's the same thing I'm looking at for USD JPY as with gold here. Just looking for a break of structure here and to start a new uptrend. You know, we're at support, and if we can get a confirmation of a bullish break of structure here at the support level, that would obviously be very good, and then that's something I would love to see. And I would like to remind you all to hit that like. We are about less than 300 likes left to initiate that giveaway, so make sure that you continue hitting that like until we are very clear downtrend for USD JPY. I don't think the dollar is going to drop much more than, you know, the downgrade. Nobody cares about Moody downgrading the US dollar. Remember what Moody did during the, you know, Moody upgraded, you know, that bank that got that bank that got went bust in the financial crisis of 2008. Like a couple of weeks or a month before that, they upgraded it to AAA. Moody's upgraded all of those really bad bonds to AAA, and they were basically just worthless. So like, who cares really? Who cares? And also, it's quite lagging, so the market has already priced that in. I don't think we're gonna see any major movements because of that. Definitely a slow market. We got existing home sales coming out in about 3 hours. Hip Hunter says gold buy. Yeah, I've been trying. I've really tried all morning. I've tried getting in buys on gold, but I'm not seeing any development on that. And gold is currently moving lower. You know, I'm so we got one Pip Hunter here, and then we have another Pip Hunter saying I'm the real Pip Hunter. Reminds me of that meme with the Spider-Man meme. So I like that USD JPY has reclaimed this level. I mean, it's some type of strength, right? But still in a clear downtrend, so we would want to perhaps create a higher low for USD JPY. Maybe, you know, a move up here, a retrace, and then kind of retest that level. So that would be a great bottom formation, obviously, for USD JPY. Right, we're getting more and more likes coming into the live stream. We're getting close. We're almost at halfway till that like, so almost at that 500 likes that needed to get to the giveaway. And while you hit that like, I'm just gonna run the video for the contest that we are currently running right now.
Listen up, traders, we got a new competition with massive prizes launching at The5ers. The top traders, they will win high stakes accounts, and everyone in the top 100 will get a prize, including hub credits and bootcamp accounts. We're actually doing this every single Wednesday, week after week, so you will always have a chance to win. It's fast, it's free, and it's easy. All you have to do is just sign into the The5ers Hub, click on the contest on the left menu, and join the upcoming competition. We hope to see you all there. Good luck.
All right, so make sure if you're not signed up to the next contest, go into the The5ers Hub, click contest in the left menu. Well, actually, I've just explained it with the video, so I don't think I have to do any more explaining. Okay, what is gold doing right now? Gold is just continuing lower. It does not want us to short gold today. It just wants to continue lower and lower and lower. We are breaking below the reload zone right now. Okay, not interested in going long anymore on the gold. We'll see if we can perhaps get any trades in with any short trades within this area. So maybe something like this. That would be a possible short on the gold that I will be watching. But then, of course, we might see something like this, right? And then we are in the long territory again. So right now for gold, no trade zone for me for gold, but we have potential changes in structure. Okay, we got an alert on gold here, dropping below that level. So if this move accelerates, I'm thinking we might perhaps have a target of 3,255. I got a nice breakdown on gold. We got 29 minutes until the 1 hour candle is closing. That would perhaps be a confirmed breakout. Interestingly enough, the USD JPY chart that we looked at as well is showing us potential signs of a low time frame breakout right here. So maybe this is the actual bottom for USD JPY, which would make sense because we're hitting a support. And usually what happens is you're not going to see a bottom at resistance, you know, so it makes sense to see USD JPY hitting, creating a bottom here. All right, we got Victor and Rich in the background. Is it okay if I can bring you on? Perfect. Nice. I'm going to bring you on. Victor, you good? Well, you can bring you on your own. Well, both of you have, both of you can just jump on if you want to. Okay. All right, there we go.
How we doing?
How's it going, guys?
Hi. And we're back.
Hi. Yeah. Okay, so I actually have a meeting. People apparently waiting for me, so I gotta jump off. And it looks like it's gonna be today's gonna be Victor, Rich, and LJ for the ABL session. And I have a recommendation. Like if you do see something interesting in the markets, if you have any open trades or anything like that, I might want to consider, you know, doing the actual, you know, discussion session a little bit shorter and maybe look at the markets. That's completely up to you guys as well. But if you do have any interesting trades running, I'm sure that people would be interested to see those as well.
Awesome. Thanks for the heads up on it. In fact, yesterday, Victor and I did end up taking very similar trades, and we were laughing about it because we had a very similar exit.
Yeah, let's
Maybe
take
we'll
a look at that. I would love to, later. But I gotta run, and I'll be back a bit later. All right, take care, guys.
Sure.
Take care, Jonatan. How is things on your side of everything, Rich?
Everything is good. I mean, you kind of know the context of what happened yesterday. We were talking about a potential trade idea, and Victor did share that there was this wonderful sniper exit, and I had the same exit, only his was his take profit and mine was my stop loss, unfortunately. So we were both interacting with the market. You basically should have just sent me your bank details, I think, and then I could have just wired the money over to you. But hey, that's the life of a trader, right? We've got to learn to lose, and we've got to learn to lose well. So what about yourself? What's new in Victorland?
What can I say? Maybe we should put the chart as well, so we can look for those who are watching the market as well in the background. To my I don't know to whose defense, but to the point, that exit was, I don't know if it was that deliberate, right? Sometimes I get these exits right at that moment, and they react upon a certain structure, and it looks like magic, and and I feel good about it. But I think it's it has perhaps not as much to do with me than I would like to think.
Sure.
You understand?
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm all the contests, and we have been doing this challenge between the team. I've been having a little bit of I've been putting more effort into making sure that I'm not using the same aggressiveness in my own trading, right? And that was my focus this week. Basically, I'm slowing myself down. Let me I don't know if what about you, but I think I'm gonna put the sound a little bit lower, sometimes it differs between what we hear and what actually is heard on the streams. But yeah, so I'm very focused on that, because I know myself, in the sense that I can get easily excited and competitive, and then lose sight of what, the important things, right? The actual accounts that you need to be cherishing and keeping safe and things like that. So I'm very aware of that, and that made me not trade as much, be extra cautious on many different levels on my own trading, which is, I think, is good. I mean, being able to transition, it's the same thing as with with let's say emotions, right? You want to have a balance, in the sense that you want to be able to empathize with other people, right? So you want to have that ability, but you also want to, because if you don't, if you're unable to empathize, then it's going to be very difficult, to understand what other people are going through and to act accordingly. LJ, I see LJ in the background. You can add yourself whenever you're ready, or give us okay, all right, no problem. LJ, for those wondering, LJ is in the background, will join us very shortly. As I was saying, you want to have, it's that kind of analogy. You want to have that that ability, to empathize with others, but also the ability to disentangle yourself, or to detach yourself from other people, because otherwise you might get, sort of be too affected by other people. If you're too empathetic, right, you might be too intensely affected by other people's suffering, which is not a bad thing, but as you can understand, it's not also, it can be very detrimental for yourself as well. So you got to have that balance, and that's the same thing I think about that when I think about, you want to have aggressiveness in the market, but you gotta know, you gotta have that ability to stop yourself from being too aggressive, right? It's the right balance, the right dose that you need. If you're not aggressive, if you're not competitive, it's going to be very difficult for you to take chances and look out for opportunities and grab them. But you don't want to be overly aggressive, right? That balance, it's as many things in life, balance is so important. Nothing in excess is good, and that's what I'm focusing this week mainly, because of the contest. The contest is awesome, right? I like competition, as all of you do, I assume, all of you watching us as well, right? I mean, if you look at the ranking, right, there are some people are already at, I don't know, I think it's like 40%. I mean, that's awesome stuff. Like when I see that, I say this is a great event, great opportunity to push ourselves and things like that. But I'm very focused on the effect it has on me, so I'm compensating for that, if that makes sense.
No, that's awesome. Hey, LJ, you've literally just joined us as we're talking about like aggressive, and what a week to do it, Victor, as you referenced the competition that's been held at the 5ers. And this is a weekly competition every single Wednesday. First place is up there with the stars, 40% after 1-2 days. Now, I've been participating in this competition myself, and now whether this is just coincidence, I don't know. But this week I've been speaking with my coach about balance, and actually 2 days ago, this is something that, but it kind of ties into what you were talking about. So I think 2 days ago, Victor had a call in the Discord, and he was talking about the idea of like, do we want to be too humble, or do we want to be? And you even did it this morning, right? You come on, sorry, just now, you come on, you said, yeah, see, my trade exiting at that point probably was less to do about me. And we were talking about, if you're too humble, what's the downsides? And the downside could be that you're not actually taking credit for your skill set. And this is one of the things that my coach was talking to me about. They're like, Rich, do you give yourself enough credit? Do you recognize the skill set that you're building? And so I've been trying to overlay this thought this week with how do we approach these competitions? Because we're going to see some traders that are just up there with the stars. Is it sustainable? that's a conversation you've got to have with them. But let's just say 40% gain in 2 days is not something. I mean, maybe LJ with the results you got that first day with the account you were trading. But for me, I've been participating in that competition, and I find myself a couple of days in up 2%, and I'm like, you know what? Yeah, there's room for improvement. And maybe I could have been 4% up. I don't even know what I would have to do to try and place close to that leaderboard. And so I've been having that same conversation that Victor's been having about, like, am I being too aggressive? Am I being too competitive? And I set myself a challenge this week. Rich, you're going to trade that competition on one condition. You will only lose the account to good analysis which you're over risking on. And that has been my challenge. I see the competition. I'm constantly refreshing the page. I'm looking at where my place is. I'm probably around about 700, something like that, out of 10,000. And I'm like, oh, if I just got another $20 in the account, I'll probably go up 20 places. And the objectivity is starting to break down. So I'm using this as an opportunity to reinforce the skills that I'm already developing and saying, how can I be more disciplined, but more aggressive within my analysis? So it's definitely been a challenge myself this week. So you're kind of prompting me with that, because I see in chat someone was saying, like, what's your win rate? And I don't know if you guys have sort of closely studied, like, the relationship between win rates. Of typically higher risk to reward will have a lower win rate. Be honest with me, who's been trading this competition, taking the good entries, but being willing to push their TP targets just a bit further to try and milk a bit more from the cow? Come on, I can't be the only one that's been tempted.
I always take mine early.
Did you?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I take stuff early.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, me too. I think the inverse is true for me as well. I don't have the luxury to wait for the next opportunity to, if this one doesn't reach my TP, I'd rather take it and look for the next one.
Is that because?
Yeah, I'm often happy to leave money on the table with it, just like that as well. Like, I normally have that further level, but as soon as I see it's sort of that momentum dying, I'm happy to go, like, okay, that's fine, that's enough, and just keep locking in those profits, right? So
yeah. But so that's not because you're over leveraging on a trade, or is it?
No.
So because I'm thinking,
so
if I'm grabbing profits early, it's because I'm probably sizing up a bit too much. Like, let's be honest, risk management in its typical fashion, what we would look at with a live account, it might be 0.25%, it might be 0.5%, maybe even 1% if we have a really high win rate. In this competition, is anyone adhering to their typical strictest form of risk management?
I'm not.
I've been trading our one we had amongst us that way. I don't have the larger one that everyone else is in. My account's still not working. Can't.
You had some issue. I remember. Yeah.
I'm out. But you go.
But you said that the one we had among ourselves, you did trade your typical size and risk and everything.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's very amazing, because you passed the challenge. For those who don't know, actually we showed it on the screen on, I think, multiple times. You actually passed the phase 1 in 1 day, if I'm not mistaken, right? In like 24 hours. And,
like
and this was yeah, and this was within your risk settings, right? You're not being too aggressive.
Yeah, no, just
amazing.
Good suite of trades, lined everything up, and then it's one of those things like you're saying, Rich. Like that's part. So I'll happily, if there's no trades, then I'll take no trades, or it'll be less, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 or something. But then when you've got those good periods and you're like in sync with things, then you got to know when to like put the throttle on, still being within your parameters and everything, but okay, I'm seeing exactly what I want to be seeing, and then know when to push it. And then conversely, obviously, know when to pull back as well, of course. So yeah, that's basically what I did through that. I'm on the second phase now. So yeah.
Nice. So don't give us the boring answer and just say experience. But for traders that are wanting to be super kind of like when they see their opportunity, they want to push their edge, and they need to be aggressive as a part of actually generating capital in the market. When we have the right components, we need to know how to cook with it. What would be like a tool that traders could use to help them figure out when they're being overly aggressive, overly impatient, overly sort of FOMO, trying to make money when perhaps there's just not the right opportunity? Do you have like a pre-trade script or a mantra that you kind of step through to get yourself like in that logical mind before you take a trade? Like, how does that work for you?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. I mean, yeah, obviously, like you said, there's the experience part to a degree, of course. Aside from that, though, if I were to try and explain it in some other way or offer something, often what I'll do sometimes, I don't do it as much these days, but I often used to start out with just a trade in whatever I'm looking at, but at a very, very small size. So it'd be like 0.1 of a lot, that's essentially nothing. And that would just be my sort of entry and sort of gauge from there. Does that start moving my favor? Is it working to what I want to see? And often if I jump into that, I'm just wrong off the bat, then I go, okay, maybe I'm not in sync as much as I thought. And then so once I see that sort of moving, then I'll jump in with the further size. And the way I kind of look at it like that, it's almost like boxing or something. It's like a competitive thing where you throw out lots of small little jabs, or you're just ducking, weaving, that kind of stuff, but then you got to know when to throw the big hits and that kind of thing. Or the same as playing poker, like knowing when you've accumulated a few chips and now you've got a bit more capacity to put that throttle on as well.
Yeah.
So typically I'll only push that throttle once I've already made a bit of profit for the day as well, because it gives you that extra sort of safety barrier rather than doing it off the bat. So once I've sort of felt I've gotten in that sync, then I'll know, okay, I can start to push it a little bit, and at worst I sort of just knock back some of the profit I had already picked up earlier.
That's interesting.
That's kind of how I do it, I guess. The
small lot size is the jabbing hand. You're putting it out as a. I've spoken to traders before about this, about using it as an indicator, like, because I find when we have an open position, we really pay attention to the market. When we're just watching the market kind of like in an observatory state, I'm not kind of in the zone, and I'm probably not likely to get in the zone if I don't have skin in the game. And I'm definitely an advocate of just floating in a little order, and then when I see kind of what I want to see, and sometimes that order can be in drawdown, but it's kind of a strategic order that I put in to kind of help me keep an eye more intently on the chart. And then when that time comes, it's like, here's the time to throw that haymaker, but controlled aggression, right? It's not just trying to, be windmill and going crazy with it.
That's the other part as well, is taking into context and being aware of how you're feeling presently yourself within the larger context of your life and what's going on. And, so you might go, okay, I feel like I want to do this, like step on the throttle or something. But if you sort of think about, well, I've been pretty stressed lately, I've not had much sleep, I'm working chronically all the time, I've got this and that to do, and making sure you're not doing it just out of like wanting to aggressively push something because you got so much else going on and you're trying to get it done or something like that. Or you think or feel like you're in the right spot with it, but really you've got a bit of underlying, cortisol still in your blood, and it's distorting things because you've had a crazy day or something like that. So there's definitely that conscious aspect as well for you.
Do you have a habit or something you do to basically, how do you say that, to know where you are, right? Because there's one thing you feel, but that's subjective, but there's that objective part. Are you actually in sync? Are you actually too aggressive? Or you know what I mean? Do you have anything you do that helps you know where you're at on that aspect?
Yeah, so in part of that, I mean, I guess part of it is a sort of self-reflection thing in a way. Like when I start my morning, I sort of get up, I try to start it in the right way, a little bit of a semi-routine type thing. I have a scoop of whey protein, get some protein in through my blood system. I have caffeine, my coffee, or like an energy drink or some pre-workout or something like that. And then I kind of just sit there and mull around ideas and concepts and everything I need to do and sort of think through my day and just other general things. I think Jeff Bezos does this as well. He doesn't really work until like 10 to 12, sort of midday, like so 10 a.m. to 12. And the rest of his morning is spent like pottering and just kind of letting your mind kind of wander and explore and that kind of thing. And so I guess the way I would do it is that kind of way of setting yourself up well in the first place, and then getting to work. And then you obviously can see how you feel after, post trading, but then how you actually perform during trading, and then know whether this routine or this kind of structure you have is actually working for you or not. That would be my main way. The other thing is also, one of the best things as well is just take small breaks as well. Sit there for 30 minutes on things, take 5-minute break, then come back to it. And, that sort of keeps you in that refresh cycle and not getting too just locked in. And as well as overanalyzing every little movement and all that kind of stuff, you can start painting pictures of all sorts of trades all over the place that aren't perhaps really there, but your brain's just very good at picking up all these bits and connecting and making stories. So it's always good to disconnect a bit as well.
Our minds diminish, don't they? The longer we sit there and watch the charts, like our mindset will just diminish to a point where the quality of the decisions we make is less. A part of my day is actually built up through doing like a review at the start of the day, and I have a note that says set alarm on phone, and I have to set an alarm because I become so locked in that I just forget to take a break. And so I actually force myself to take a break, and I digest kind of what happens, and then I go in with a fresh state of mind. You guys might relate to this. When you're driving a car and then you just kind of like zone out a bit, and then you end up like 20 miles down the road and you're like, how did I get here? Like, we're not consciously thinking about it. That there to me is a horrible state of a trader's mind, to just be on autopilot and not kind of thinking about things. So one thing I really try and do, and I build processes around this, is how can I wake up my prefrontal cortex? How can I wake up my logical brain and just make myself go, wait, I'm driving right now. Where am I? What do I need to do? I always want to be making decisions from the most logical adult portion of my brain. And sometimes, and then this is like, why do we zone out when we drive? Can you imagine if you just passed your test? You're not going to zone out when you drive. And so one of the hurdles that we have as we gain a little bit more experience in the market is we zone out because we have that experience, right? And we for traders, it's super, super important to make sure that we're always acting on logic. So if you can create some kind of drill, something that fires up that logical side of the brain before you make a decision, at least you're always going to be making a decision as an adult, not as some subconscious, childlike, let's just see if we can make a couple of quid. That's not trading. That's kind of, I guess the difference between reactive and active, right?
Yeah, definitely. And like you're saying, I have alerts as well, like little alarms that go off every 2 hours that just say strat check on my phone, which again, it's just a notification to think about what is your actual objective here.
Nice.
What are you actually trying to achieve with your strategy, etc.? Or are you just off sort of trading, like just doing stuff rather than are you actually in line with the things you need to be doing? And just a final point on that before you go, Victor, is the other part I think I've spoken about before is often sometimes starting the day with a bit of playing some games, competitive type video games, and normally sort of very strategy-like stuff, which goes to that logic thing you're talking about, Rich, and sort of getting that portion of you sort of fired up. So it'll often be that or going over business, entrepreneurial ideas. Yeah, really getting those mechanics, those cogs turning.
Yeah, I was gonna say one of the very simple, I think, especially beginner trader can adopt is ask yourself a few questions each time, right? Before entering a trade, for example, why am I trading this? I know it's obvious, right? You if you're doing it, there must be something you saw that you're thinking is going to happen. You have an expectation, but a more deeper question, like why is this more a good setup, or is it me that wants to take the trade? Right? Because is it am I taking it because of an external factor, or is it the market that tells me that I need to take the trade? And it takes some time to quickly know which of the two it is.
Yeah.
But it's very crucial. Whenever we take the trade for external factors, that's doomed to fail, right? Even if you take it on the market, it doesn't mean it's gonna go in your favor either. But if you take it because of external factor, because something is happening in your day, like because maybe you don't have enough time, let me get this in because I only have 30 minutes and I want to have a trade in. Those are recipe for disaster. So that one simple question: why am I taking it? Is it for something outside of trading, or is it my trade plan that's signaling buy or sell or take action? Very simple question, but I think very fundamental to understand where is that action coming from.
Victor, do you actually ask that at the start of every single trade? You've been trading for about 7 years. Like, do you still have that as your like disciplined, non-negotiable habit, or is this best practice? Like, kind of where are you at with that?
It's more as an advice. I don't use it on every trade anymore because I focus on other things. What I focus is on the trade plan. I'm laser focused on the trade plan. So I ask my question: did I do step 1 well? And did I satisfy it? Step 2, step 3, and all the way to step maybe 11 when I take the trade. So I'm not asking myself, whether this is the market or is it my personal stuff that is leaking into my trading. I'm going through my step plan step by step. But it's, as a beginning trader, you may not have a trade plan as objective, as stipulated step by step yet. So a very, general advice is, what is your drive? Why are you doing it? Just a general idea to put you in which camp are you? Is this more your own excitement or is this actually an opportunity?
Yeah, I do have a similar one as well, which I used to say to myself, and it kind of turned into this thing ages ago. When I was dealing with something or had some problem or some difficult thing going on, trying to figure out, okay, how do I solve this? How do I fix things? How do I, whatever it might be. And I used to sit there and just think, okay, what's the next exact right decision I need to make? Which is terrible English technically, but just exact right decision, right? What is the exact thing that I need to do? And also that became like an acronym. That one day it just occurred to me, nerd. So I always think of it, I just need to go and like nerd out, right? And that's what I always come back to. I'm like, I need to nerd out. What's the next exact right decision I need to do? And then hence that goes to getting all the information, making yourself as fully informed as possible, and then trying to approach whatever it is you're trying to tackle. And that's going to set you up in the best way possible for you to have a chance to succeed or to resolve something or repair something or whatever it is. So, and the same with trading, if you're in a bit of a bind, or sometimes it can be like whilst you're trying to manage trades that are active, or even when you're in drawdown or something and you're like, damn, I've had a bad run or something. And you just sit there and go, okay, what's the next exact right thing I need to do in order to turn this around? So that's my little one there. Yeah.
I think that's powerful.
I'm totally going to steal that. Sorry. You just said, I have this, is this task I'm putting in front of myself the highest priority task that will bring me to my goal? That's kind of like my version of nerd. And it's just making sure that every day I'm spending my time on tasks that actually build the skill set that the future self will go, gee, Rich, thanks for this. Like, this is the exact skill set I needed. Because if not, I end up like just mindlessly watching YouTube and doing things that don't really help me to that end goal. And then I get to 10 o'clock at night and I'm like, right, time to journal the day. What's your frustration level? 8 out of 10. Okay, I wonder why. Because I just sat there all day executing on low priority stuff, and so but I like the nerd version. So next exact
right decision.
Right decision.
Got it. Love it.
I think it's very powerful because it makes you prioritize making best decisions on each step.
Exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it forces you to cut through all the nonsense and really just filter to the top of what's the most core.
Like the adult brain as well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's a good one, because sometimes we're feeling something and we may or may not be aware of it and we act upon it. And we're only doing it because, you sometimes we want action, right? You feel something agitated or in fear, and you're likely to just act because you feel something, right? But it probably isn't the best decision to make. But if you're prioritizing only the best decision, then that makes you make gold is breaking a structure there in the background.
Yeah,
But
it is,
but you are, by making it a priority, it means that you're helping yourself in thinking about, okay, you're making that question again, is this the best decision to take? Is it closing this position just because I feel fear that I may lose that floating profit? What is the best decision in this, right? And a lot of the times the way we feel obviously makes us do things, right? We're very close to TP, and it made a little movement and it didn't reach it, and you say, oh, I feel like that FOMO of missing that TP out, and you go on, and without thinking about, hey, but the structure didn't break, momentum didn't go away, it's just a little pushback, perhaps it's just is it within the breathing cycle, right, the rhythm of the market? Probably nothing happened, but we are feeling these emotions so intensely, and we act upon them without thinking if that's the best decision. I like that. Awesome.
I liked this comment from Henry as well. That goes to another one. Like, if someone told me I had 10 years left to live, I'd spend 9 getting ready for the final one. Spend 9 getting ready for the 10th, right? So that exact same principle. I've always liked that quote as well. So I just wanted to highlight that there. Gold is indeed breaking out on your screen there, Victor.
Yeah, it's
collapsed today.
Exactly. It's very interesting because it did from a daily structure, and also exactly the only H4 structure we had within that daily. So it's a very nice reaction to those structures. Very powerful follow through as well.
Sometimes we see these moves, don't we, like this, and it's exciting. It's like, look, gold's going. It's going. It's going. I need to go. And it's like, I need to get on board this move. And it's like, and I see we had a comment like how can I be a consistent trader? Now it's interesting because a lot of traders that I'll have a conversation with, they'll kind of ask these kind of questions when they're in a similar position. They're close to breaching an account. And it's like we were talking earlier about, we don't want to mindlessly drive the car, because the moment we have that wake up is often after we've crashed, often after we took a loss and then FOMO'd and then jumped in, revenge traded, and then we go, oh, I'm down 4% today. How did I even get here? Then the logical brain now fires up, and it's like, well, that's kind of too late. So what I would encourage you to do, and I always kind of like to use this as a bit of a reference, I consider very simply there are 2 types of drawdown. There is market-made drawdown, which is good drawdown where you follow your rules, and there's man-made drawdown. Now, man-made drawdown is typically when we go into the market and we impulsively do things outside of our plan, and we create a result. Now, the dangerous thing in trading, you can do that and you can get paid for it, and it can reinforce the behavior pattern that you're actually doing good stuff. So typically, if you find yourself in a drawdown, which a lot of traders are going to be able to relate to, is look at the moment that drawdown started. So say it went back 5 trades ago, or maybe it was 50 trades ago. Have a look at the moment that drawdown began and step through every one of those trades and ask yourself, was this a trade that followed my plan? And start to categorize the difference between the trades that should have been and the trades that we ended up taking. And then what we want to do is really figure out, why are we taking these trades? What's the trigger? We get, you've got an acronym for NERD. I've got one for T, and mine is TEA, triggers, emotions, and actions. And so typically the trigger will be the first thing that comes, but we don't recognize the trigger. Something triggers us. Then we have an emotion, which is like we feel that response, and then the action is typically what we choose to do based on what we feel. And so many times traders will make the wrong actionable decision for the emotion they're feeling, and they will never go and try and address the trigger that set the whole thing in motion. So if we can look at our trades objectively and say, look, where should I have been? Maybe run 2 columns. One is a comparison of perfect trades according to your plan, and the other one is the results you got. Look at the equity curves of how they separate themselves over time, and you watch your edge play itself out, and then see how we diminish our edge through our actions. And then we start the work on ourselves, because nothing will frustrate you more than seeing where you could have been if you hadn't have been impulsively acting within your trading plan. So there's no short path to it. We always talk about knowing ourselves better in trading, and I think, in my honest opinion, trading is hard only because we just have to really understand ourselves and be able to control and guide, I don't like the word control, but maybe guide our emotional decisions just a little bit better than perhaps what we're conditioned to do in the normal world. And we have to have such a high level of discipline and consistency in trading. Profitability for me came after consistency. So I first needed to govern my behavior patterns and my consistency. And then I started to notice that I was able to make a little bit more than I was losing. And it was just down to cutting losses, knowing when I'm wrong, and being a good loser. And it just all comes down to kind of working on ourselves, I guess. But that was, I didn't even consider that until 2 years into trading. I thought it's all technicals. I was like, LJ, tell me where buy and sell when Lambo. It was, I mean, I didn't know LJ back then, but that was the mindset I had. It was literally, if I just know where to buy and sell, I'm just going to take delivery on a brand new Lambo, and that's my life. And it didn't happen for 2 years. And I'm like, well, maybe there's something missing outside of technicals. So kind of depending on where you are with your trading, just consider sitting with that thought. Is it a you problem, or is it just good drawdown? Because there will be times where the market just delivers good natural losses, and we just smile and take those as a part of our strategy and the probability model that is trading.
You mentioned something, Rich, a little side direction to what you're actually the point you're trying to make. You said that there's nothing more frustrating than watching what we could have made but we didn't because we didn't follow the plan. That is absolutely true. No one disagrees. However, it can also be very inspirational at the same time.
Yeah.
Because when you see that what you could have had you follow the plan, that gives you the assurance, not the hope, but actually the data, the information that actually you're not so far from success. You're on the right spot. You didn't end on your destination, but you're going the right direction. You do have, you know how to do it. You're not doing it yet, but you know how to do it. There's a difference, of course, and it's very difficult to. That's the next challenge, to actually do what you're supposed to be doing. But at least if you're further away from home, if you don't even know what you're supposed to be doing, let alone be able to do it. In this case, you know what you're supposed to be doing, you're just not doing it according to the plan. So there's a little hope there, or there's a little positiveness. While it's very frustrating, it's also very inspirational, because it means that I just have to be able to figure out how to do this, to follow the plan. I mean, and I will get closer to that. The back-tested results, basically, right? So that's what it is about.
Potential skill set. It's like, that's my potential skill set. I can see it, and then we got to figure out what's stopping us from achieving our potential skill set. And it's always us. It's always us. If the technical analysis says, "Hey, you should have got this result," what stops us? Ourselves. So how do we get out of the way of ourselves? That would be like, I love exploring that space. And if you've got any tips and tricks and stuff that you kind of do to learn how to navigate sort of past your own typical behavior patterns, I've got my notepad and pen out. I'm down. What do you got for us?
My thing is often just to keep on hammering away at, something until you get there. Like, keep just banging against that wall constantly. The way I like to think of it, though, is like, I've always got all the tools I need in and of myself, right, to do whatever it is, whether you're trying to study something, learn something, do something physical. And the way I kind of think about it is how, like, right now, I don't know how to handstand, right? But I've got everything I need to handstand, right? I just have to figure out how to combine the things and put them together so that I can actually, do it. But there's nothing I'm actually missing. I just haven't got the the brain patterns wired up there properly, and structurally holding myself and getting used to that. But if I tried and tried, then eventually that would hit. And that's sort of, I guess, the thinking I try and go into anything with, that like it's not beyond me, it's not beyond my reach or capacity or ability. It's just like I have to figure out how to put it together. And some things are going to be harder to put together, but it's not that you can't. There's just a distance between getting there. And then you just keep trying to inch away at that until you do ultimately get there, hopefully. So that would be sort of the way I put it. I don't know if I have any other real other tips and tricks like that. That tends to work for me, and I sort of hammer on that one. So
how close are you to doing your handstand then?
I haven't tried to do a handstand, actually. I'd need somewhere to do it. That's I'll have to go to a park, and I'll give you guys an update on my progress. The handstand.
Yeah. What I would say is to break it down into chewable tasks, right? When following the plan is just not one thing, it's many things you have to do correctly to actually follow the plan and not deviate and have that gap in not reaching your potential of the trade plan. And it's breaking it in chewable pieces, portions, right? For example, and you can do this is something we talk about very often. You can have a checklist, and you go, and perhaps you're not able to, at the beginning, you're not able to do the whole thing perfectly. But if you can see the progress that you're doing by having a checklist and saying, let's say in your handstand, you break that down into little tasks you need to be able to do. Let's say be able to have a certain strength in your shoulders, right? Doing a certain motion, a certain momentum. I'm not an expert in doing handstand, but I mean, if you break it down in certain mechanical or mechanics task that you need to be able to do, all of which together will allow you to do the handstand correctly and properly. You can see that progress, and it's much more achievable or easier to envision, because if you've never done a handstand before and you just think I'm just gonna go and do it, you're probably gonna hurt yourself, right? You're not ready for it. But while if you break it down into chewable portions or tasks, and you only go to the next step when you're ready with the first one, by the time you actually go to do that at first attempt, you probably have a good chance of, maybe succeed a little bit and then fall down. But, that's the idea. You can apply this as well to trading. If you have a trade plan, break it down into smaller steps and only test yourself whether or not, or, assess if you failed or not, or succeeded in following your plan once you're able to do each one of those tasks individually, right? Because there's no way you can go and have like in my case, my list is very long, many things I need to do before I take the trade. And actually during the trade, there's many things that I need to do, for me to eventually at the end of the session say, I followed my plan perfectly, right? And there's no way someone can go in and do that whole thing perfectly on the first attempt, unless you break it down and you practice, do it one task. Okay, let me do this, map my chart, right? And I'm not gonna worry about doing the whole follow the plan perfectly unless I can do this one single thing, map my chart correctly according to my trade plan, do my position sizing, whatever, it doesn't matter. It can be a small little task, but once you are able to do each one individually well, then you can start looking, okay, how can I do as many as possible right at the same trade or same setup until you get to the point. So really gradually progressing towards, testing yourself to be able to do everything on that list instead of just going at it and expecting, be able to do it completely right without breaking it down.
Okay, so like I'm going to generalize here. So if the problem is that we set a goal that's maybe too far away. It's maybe too many steps away. So for an example, right, we know the stats in the trading space that a lot of traders, what is it, like 60, 70, 80, maybe even higher percentage of traders lose money. This is typically what's advertised from brokers. So let's start thinking about this. Let's say a generic goal for the majority of traders is, I want to become a profitable trader. Like, I think that's a fair goal, isn't it? Like, a lot of traders go, I want to make a bit more than I lose, or I want to become a profitable trader. So let's say that's their goal. Do we think that traders are trying to move to that end goal in one giant step, and that could be contributing towards the failure rate? So if that logic, if we can kind of agree on that logic, so what if we broke that down into maybe 10 steps or 20 steps or 50 steps? And imagine our next task was just set an alert to check the news events every single day before you even open your chart. Now, I know in itself that sounds like, Rich, how's that going to make me a profitable trader? I remember to look at the news anyway, like 4 times out of 5. And it's only that one time that I got slipped and lost my account, then revenge traded and took on 3 more accounts. Like, if we think about that behavior pattern of building tiny wins, and I sat down with an AI the other day, and I said, I got this whole bunch of tasks I got to do. And I said, and it's just, where do I start? And it was like, start with the easiest. Start with the smallest win, and it will compound so quickly. And so maybe if we take our journey as a trader of like, hey, I want to become profitable, but maybe profitable sits at like an A to Z. What would be A to B? And often it's such a small, easy task that it's overlooked. I mean, check news calendar. Oh, I just checked it. I'm not profitable anymore. That's step B. What's step C? So I want to challenge you guys. Like, you've been in trading for a long, long time. What's like that next target that you're stepping towards, but what's the interim target? Like give me an example. So you might say, like, hey, I've got X amount of funding and I want to go to a huge amount more, but what would be like that next tiny step? So what would be an actionable way that we can break this down and try and encourage traders to stop trying to jump that gap in one step?
You're asking, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm still thinking. I was going to say I might need a minute to think.
Yeah, I don't have an answer yet, but you're asking this from a very personal point of view, I think, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're wanting to do that because I think you mentioned this. You're trying to increase. You're going to make the step in scaling up, right? Your operation as a trader. And the question is then, what are those mini steps in between the big leap?
Do you want me to give you a really quick example of mine? Because if we're going personal with this, if we're getting real with this, if we want it to be relatable, then we've got to be human, right? I'm trying to scale my capital. This on a personal level, okay? I'm a funded trader. I'm trying to trade with more capital. That would be my end goal. And there is a figure in mind. It's just an arbitrary figure, a big number that I've just put out there and said, hey, to be funded with this much capital, wouldn't that be super cool? So that's like my Z. Well, how do I move from A to Z? So I'm like, well, okay, are you efficiently using the capital you currently have, both funded and both in challenge? And I had to have a hard conversation with myself. And I said, I'm not efficiently using the capital I've got. I'm like, okay, so if the donkey's not plowing the field correctly, what good is it if we load the donkey up with even more work? I was like,
more donkeys.
Yeah. So like your first step, Rick, is going to be to focus on how do you efficiently use what you've got? And so I had to sit down and create a plan. And I can tell you, it was the most unsexy thing ever. I want to be trading millions, right? Like in my head, this is kind of like where my Z sits. And I'm like, prove that you can be trusted and use the capital you have in an efficient manner. And I would much, much rather use a 5K, say, funded account or even a challenge account, but knowing I'm trading it really well. And then I've earned the right to start slowly bringing on more capital. And I have this kind of rule. You do not expand your portfolio until you receive payouts. And that's kind of my underlying rule. So that's how I've taken like an A to Z goal, like a big goal of getting funded with a lot of capital. And I've broken it down and said, well, logically, you're not using, yes, you're making more than you're losing with what you've got, but it's not efficient. It's not decent percentage targets. You won't pass a challenge in a kind of a modest time frame. So therefore, what can you do? And so I started to write out that plan, and that plan shows me 12 steps on, if I follow the plan, it will take me to the destination. And so I'm curious to hear kind of what you guys are, whether or not you guys relate to something like that. If it's too personal, I totally get it.
I come from a different school of thoughts on this subject, I think. And it may be something, it like many answers and many things, it depends on the person, to me that makes sense. And for other people, it may not make sense because they need to do other things to be able to do each step. But what I do is I try to focus on just one account, on my master account. And I try not to focus on the bigger capital behind the master account. And this is my way, that's my key of doing it. And it may not be, adequate for everyone. And I'm just trying to do everything that I know. And I try to do my best on that. And I gauge myself, measure myself, my performance, my adherence to the plan only on that account. Everything else actually is irrelevant. And the degree at which and the rate at which I add capital to that slave to that master account is something that is rather arbitrary, right? It's something I just plan it out, break it down. This is where I want to be in X period, in X time, and I'm going to be making this kind of steps, making it balanced, right? You don't want to put everything at the beginning, right? You want to go in as you have more data, as you are going through different periods. You want to be you can deploy more capital or having more risk on. So to me, it's just focusing on having the best quality of performance on my master account. That is I don't have like multiple steps to that. It's just one big focus point. And my adding the accounts on the master is governed by a very logical arithmetic plan, right? It has a formula where whenever I do this, I'm allowed to do that.
Yeah.
And that's it, right? Because I need to trust myself with more capital because that's basically what we are. We are investors and traders at the same time, right? Because you're going to invest in yourself as the trader. In that sense, you are the investor. You're putting capital out for the trader, which happens to be yourself. But so as an investor, you don't want to invest everything at once. You want to see, as things develop, you want to be going in, gradually putting in, and eventually having a plan. Okay, by this time, I want to be fully invested. And that's something you can just plan out depending on your performance, and not do it like every month. This is what I add, but do it dependent on the performance, right? Because you only want to be doing more, risking more if you are actually proving that you are worthy of more capital as the trader. I mean, right? So you as the trader need to keep on. And that's why my focus on the master account. As long as that I'm following the plan, I'm allowed to keep on stacking these accounts. The day or the moment that I start deviating in a way that is unacceptable, I shouldn't be stacking. I should be maybe perhaps even, unlinking the account to that master account, because I'm not, as the trader, I'm not doing my job responsibly. Right, so I don't know if that's how I see it. So I focus on the master account, and the scaling up scheme is governed by linked to the performance, but governed by basically a formula that is rather arbitrary and may differ from people to people, right? But that's how I see it. So I don't have like interim steps to be taken. Like breaking down, I don't think that it really answers your question.
Just quickly, so the scaling up, is it performance based on P&L or performance based on perfect execution? Like, for an example, you make money, but maybe you just were a little bit sloppy in the way you were trading? And would you still allow yourself to scale up, as you call it, even if you weren't absolutely tight on your execution?
No, it's risk adjusted. So when I get sloppy, I get more trades in that don't make sense, that are or my management of the trade isn't as it's supposed to be. And what will happen is that my risk adjusted returns will just be worse automatically. My best trades are when I follow the plan. That's when I have my best risk adjusted returns. So I just look at the risk adjusted returns, look at my drawdown during a period, and do my return as a multiple of that drawdown. As long as that is the case, then I'm worthy. The trader in me is worthy of the capital of the investor, myself.
Yeah. Okay. Makes sense.
And
yeah, I'd say
gold,
somewhat similar.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah, I've always gone off like percentage based kind of metric rather than exact capital, because my feeling has always been like, if you can get the percentages right, then that's sort of scalable, not quite to infinity. Obviously, you've got things with liquidity and being able to enter size orders at size once you get massive, right? But I mean, you can. It's that old thing of plugging, getting a compounding calculator, right? Plugging in the percentage, and starts off very small, and all of a sudden you're at $1 trillion, right? Very quickly, right? So that same principle. So I've always just tried to focus on that, and then just sort of, I guess, consistently nailing those percentage returns. But at the same time, I'm also happy for it to be a little bit off. If I'm not exactly hitting that all the time, because I mean, trading's not perfect. Nothing is perfect. Life is very scrappy in reality. So I think it's more being able to have your life, both in life in general as well as trading strategy and all that kind of thing, set up in a way that it's robust to take on those things, and not just that, but then build it into a way that it actually gains or gets better or grows from that. And so I guess that would be sort of my way of doing it. Just it's a constant, ever-evolving thing of iteration of, you might get diminishing returns over the growth curve, and you're just improving at like 0.1%, 0.001% a day. And what I mean is more as a person rather than the actual P&L. Just you in terms of improving at certain things. So especially after, been trading for so long, I've sort of, gone through many things now already, and it's sort of just a rinse repeat type thing. But I guess that's the way I take it, that any things that do come, you combat them, you deal with them, and you come out stronger on the other end. And I guess just continuing to think about my forward and future self, and am I doing the things every single day to meet that goal and do the right thing for that future person. And I guess I put it that way, that you tick off each day just saying like, yes, I did the right thing, and your rent is due every single day for that future self, I guess. Yeah.
So like having processes, really, I guess we all kind of have our own unique process and version on how we just measure where we are, how we kind of take in the sights of where we've been, and then use that experience to set new goals, new milestones, new scaling opportunities, and just building, I guess, kind of like a future skill set, right? I don't think we could all be kind of where we are, and it's not like where we are typically will be like the highest peak perhaps we've ever been, but it doesn't mean to say it's the highest peak we could ever be. And what gets us to this point is looking back and saying, like, what process did we build? How did we measure that? How can we find a way to systematically look at our performance and find cracks in it as well? And that's just been the evolution of my trading. Is I started with a blank canvas, I filled it up with all the wrong stuff, and then I figured out, okay, hold on, I've got to do a bit of deleting here. And I heard this phrase once saying that trading is all about forgetting what you once knew and starting afresh. And so I come into trading with loads of expectations, and then I filled up this whiteboard, if you like, with all my ideas of everything I need to do to become profitable. I've said it before, and I'm going to say it again. For anyone who has this idea, this was my idea of what a profitable trader was. A profitable trader never has a losing trade. That was the goal I was chasing. That was my expectation of what I needed to achieve. Can you imagine how I would feel, how I would behave when I started to go into drawdown? When I had a trade that wasn't playing out with my analysis, I would do anything and everything I could to make sure that I never had a losing P&L result on that trade. I would average down, I would pound average, I would grid trade, I would martingale. I'd do everything I could to try and bring it to a net positive result, because I was convinced on some level that is what a profitable trader looks like. And I will say it now, a profitable trader to me is someone that just makes a little bit more than they lose. And I cannot do that if I do not make friends with failure and losing on a trade. When I am wrong, I have to accept it's a good loss. And so if you're chasing profitability, there is a high percentage of traders that will still be trying to just never lose and save bad trades, chucking good money after bad. If we can start to put our attention into learning how to let go of the things that weigh us down, maybe the P&L takes care of itself. Something to think about as we look to wrap up shortly.
Yeah,
Definitely.
that last part I think resonates with how I see, going from one level. In this case, we're talking about capital, but using the same master, the same formula, the same process, the same routine, the same setups, everything, basically nothing changes. And it's just a matter of adding AUM, more capital to the same process. To me, that's the basic idea. So I need to focus on the performance, on the actual account, the formula that I use formula, but everything that I do to the edge, right? One word, the edge. I need to focus on the edge, and everything else will take care of itself.
Yeah, and I think, like you're saying, Rich, like sometimes you have to unlearn things. Like there's two ways to grow, and they're kind of the opposite. Sometimes it's you need to branch out, expand your reach, grow those roots out further, deeper, or that sort of thing. And that's a very growth, expansion, increasing type thing. The other part is more like a block of marble or something that starts like this, and you actually chip away at it. And that's how you create the masterpiece, is by getting rid of instead of growing, right? And so different times and different aspects of your life, you have to do more of one than the other and sort of jostle them, and constantly reiterate and rebuild that machine of yourself, I guess.
So kind of like breathing, we inhale, we exhale, and it's all part of the same cycle. There's times to prune, there's times to grow.
Yeah.
Did you make me think, like,
That's
what
deep.
chapter am I in right now? Like, and just reflecting on that, and I guess that's kind of myself as a curious person, which has helped me develop my trading skills, is kind of looking at the insights that Victor shares, looking at the insights that LJ shares, and going, what does that mean to me? And I'm going to go and sit in a room on my own for about 30 minutes after this, and I'm going to really think about the stuff that was shared on this, because Victor had some really good points. LJ's got some really good points, and I kind of got to a chapter where I stopped trying to listen to stuff for entertainment. But I was like, what can I take from this? I need to take some lesson from this and apply it, because if I don't, I'm not utilizing them lessons that were applied.
Definitely. Wonderful. I think we got Pedro in the background. So
We do. He's getting ready to come on and be with our audience. That's often. By the way, we see a change of character in gold very nicely after taking. It didn't close below that order block. It did take many stops, presumably, but we can see the difference, how it changes. It had one structure, it broke. To me, that was decisive, which also was in consonance with some previous levels it took out. And look at how beautifully it comes back to that area to confirm, a broken structure. A supply area becomes a demand area. Very typical. and that's a change in how it has been behaving previously, like the last couple of an hour or so. I like that.
Brilliant. Thank you, Rich. Thank you for your time and always your wonderful, brilliant, stimulating questions. And I hope you guys got a bit of value from that today as well. So, are you staying on, Victor? By the way, are you hanging around?
I'm not. Yes, I'm gonna come back in about 1 hour, if I'm not mistaken, and then I'll join the stream as well. Again, I mean, but no, I'm hopping off as well. So thank you all for watching, at least on my part, and I'll be back in an hour or so.
All right, cool.
Wonderful. Cheers, guys. I'll catch you soon.
Cheers. Catch you guys.
Bye.
Jump in whenever, Pedro.
Okay, I was waiting
hello.
because usually that is the intro.
Yeah, normally you have the sort of play over it. Yeah, I don't have access to it here, so I can't.
Okay, that's a
Yeah.
motivational kind of entrance that I was waiting for it, and I was kind of preparing behind the scenes. What is the sound? I think I can put it. 1 second. Let me just see if I can play it.
I was trying to find it because I do have access to things, but I couldn't locate it, so I didn't want to.
Yeah, there are so many versions. I hope is this one with Mike.
Yeah.
I will try it. Okay, guys, let's just play this intro because this is so motivational. Let's go for it.
Thanks, Pedro.
There you go. Beautiful. Let me add move this one. Let's add this one in here. And now should I get a different one? This one. Yep. What's up, guys? Welcome. How is everyone doing in this beautiful Thursday? So you guys just finished this great session with AlphaBeta Lab. So it's always a pleasure, at least myself, when I listen on the background, I always take great value from everything that they are talking about. I love the way Rich always brings so much wisdom, and one of the main things that I actually like about Rich is the way he also reflects about everything that we are talking. That's one of the main things that many people don't do, the part of reflection, to take in actually all the knowledge that we have acquired. We just tend to read books and move on to the next book and move on, or watching a podcast and then another podcast and another podcast without really taking notes of what we just learned or listened, which is great. All right, so guys, as you know, feel free to share any opportunities that you are looking at. Let's share any assets that you want us to pay attention to, and we can go from there. Jai is asking for any trade. You tell us, Jai, what trade are you looking for? For sure, there is some trades. It depends, of course, on what you are looking at and what asset you are looking for. But for sure, there are trades out there, okay? As long as price moves, you are going to be able to identify some opportunities. It's up to you to identify them or based on your own strategy. So try to be more specific on what asset you are looking for or what you want us to take a look at, so we can try to find it. And there you go. What's up, Arash? Welcome. Of course, gold would be the first option. So we are going to take a look at gold for sure. Hi, Magdalena. Sam as well. Henry, what's up? Pound short, break under test of 15 minutes time frame, symmetrical triangle. Where from? Henry? What level exactly are you looking for on the pound? Olá, Pedro. Olá, KK. Boas, Vinícius. Bem-vindo. What's up? Sorry if I was speaking Portuguese. All right, new NASDAQ longs to all-time high. I'm not really sure about that. But you're going to take a look at the NASDAQ as well. So let's take a look at gold. Okay, so let's take a look at at gold. Just give me a second. Just maybe changing this one to. But this one, just trying to change the music. Guys, you choose which music do you want us to be listening to. Hi, Serena. Not sure if it's too loud or not. Entry now. Okay, let's take a look at quickly at this one on the pound because Henry actually shared the short. So his entry now, stop loss 134. Okay, entry now 134 251 134 134. So is this correct? Is this your stop loss, Henry? Target 1336 second. So tight. Why are you shorting like this? Why are you pressing your stop loss like this? Okay, let's take a look at 15 minutes time frame. Yep, nothing yet. Nothing yet. I see this level as the next level of structure. So which where your stop loss is basically where I see a supply level. I don't see yet any break of structure, at least just yet. Okay, price respected that one. Since we broke this structure in here, price has been respecting the lows. Maybe now on the lower time frame, maybe you can have a little bit of this level in here. Which is basically the one that broke this level. But yeah, I think there's still a few things in here to happen on the pound before you just jump into a short, at least just yet. I don't know if there's any level on the Fibonacci, maybe some Fibonacci level in there. At this point, I'll be looking for the pound to go a little bit higher. We never managed to break below this low. Okay, so we never managed to break below yesterday's low, neither. So that's just something that to bear in mind in here. Yeah. So what do we have on pound? Okay, let's just take a quick look on pound and then we jump into gold. So we finally managed to break above this structure, right? If you guys actually been following my analysis on pound, I've been waiting for a while now, actually a couple of weeks, for finally price to break or fake out all these tops in here. Yeah, so that was something that I've been waiting for. We kind of fake out slightly in here, then price kept respecting, and now we managed to break this structure a couple of weeks ago as well, like on the 12th of May, 11th of May, 12th of May, we managed to break below this structure, which for me kind of starts showing a little bit of intention for the future, for the pound to move down. But in the higher time frame, I've been always waiting for price actually to get closer to this, somewhere around here. Okay, so basically fake out these tops, okay, and do that kind of a move potentially somewhere in here, and then potentially drop. So I've been waiting for that, and that finally happened yesterday, or started to happen yesterday, with the inflation report that came out of the UK. Like we had this manipulation in here that after the inflation report, like higher than expected. We had a little bit of volatility in here, and then price starts moving a little bit to the downside. Now, of course, to actually turn even more bearish, maybe we need still to see maybe this low being broken, or if this one actually starts being broken here, maybe starts opening a bit more of the space, but maybe this one can be a relevant one that potentially then can open space for price to go into there. So we are still kind of fighting, okay? There's still a battle in here between buyers and sellers at around this level to see if we are going to go a little bit high, which we could still go. My level is actually still a little bit more to the upside, but I understand there was already a lot of volatility or liquidity just as soon as we take these tops, which is nice. So that's a little bit of what we have in here. Between yesterday and today, we are definitely ranging in between these this top and this bottom, and we need to see one of them being broken, basically. So let me just see if I can do it. Some of these drawings. Yeah, that's a little bit of what I'm looking at on the pound. Again, there was already some opportunities to buy, or maybe buy it here at the bottom, maybe sell yesterday in here or this morning, somewhere around this level. Now, personally, I'll be waiting for price to go a little bit higher. I may still have a little bit of a zone just above this level in here that price could still go towards to, picking out these tops in here, or we can still pick out even this level in here as well and go over after that. Yeah, so I could still see potential shorts within these tops. I'll definitely have preferred to see these lows being broken and not being respected. That's something that I would have preferred to see. But let's see how price may react from somewhere in here or in there, or extremely in there. So I'm open. Higher time frame, I'm open to possibility of price going a little bit higher, potentially to go down. Intraday, yeah, trading within this range, basically. And as you know, I like to trade a bit more closer to the extreme, so I wouldn't really be looking for a short just yet in here, at least for now. At least let's see if price breaks this level before even jumping into any shorts. Yeah, that's Rezak mentioned that most likely to take the tops. It's probably, we'll see. Now we start having a little bit kind of structure, kind of a double bottom in here at the lows, kind of we have those tops. So we'll see which direction we are actually going to go towards to. But yeah, let's see how it plays out in here on the pound. And we need to just use a bit more of the sound. All right. Let's just read some of your comments. All right, few comments in here. Hello, Ori brother, I'm good. Welcome to the stream. Guys, don't forget to like and subscribe, okay? We are getting really close to the 70,000. I think maybe 1,000 away from 70. And you guys know that that's going to be the next big giveaway key on the channel. So keep pressing that subscribe button and the like button as well. Claudio saying that is... Okay, that's you made that 9% on the competition. Congrats, Claudio. Can you please check gold? Yes, we're going to check gold right now. It's ganging here. Yeah, the Portuguese gang is out here as well. 50 minutes. I took a similar trade with 50% retracement of that range. Which one? Up, down? Which one did you mention? Same accounts. Back to gold, please. Yeah, let's go at gold. Guys, tell me what you guys are looking at gold, okay? One of the reasons I jumped straight away into the pound is because Henry was specific with his question in terms of, okay, this is the level I'm looking for. This is what this is kind of the target that I'm looking for. That always helps a little bit more to analyze instead of just doing I can share my views on gold, definitely, and I've been sharing them with you guys anytime I jump here. But if you want to be more specific, maybe I can be more specific on your request. Claudio Marx is a good exercise to apply to your own account. Yesterday I said that euro dollar go down, and it come exactly, Vinicius. But before that, I actually got stopped out by a pip. Okay, on that account, I actually got stopped out by a pip on the last move up. That's what happened. If I'm long on euro dollar, I am not. Going to take a look at euro in a bit. Without a doubt, it's about seeing the potential and trying to adapt something positive in our accounts. Okay, you guys are talking about the competition. By the way, how are you guys doing with the competition? Doesn't top is or nothing. Yeah. Tun Mousy. Okay, not really sure what does it mean. Gold is tricky, really hard to predict. That's true. Sometimes gold on the news should go upwards. Yeah, we'll take a look. Gold could only go for daily resistance, but if it would form some decent daily support, the buy should be still bull. Okay, so potentially longs on gold. Okay, there you go. Ritesh, let's go take a look at yours. There you go. That's the first comment I like in here. So you bought gold at 3284. 3284. That's a nice entry. here at the lows. Perfect. A target 3-3. Okay, 3-3. Okay, that's ambitious target. I'll take back to the top. 3-3-4. Perfect. More in here. Yeah, I'll do it back to top. Where is your stop loss? Do you want to mention your stop loss as well? Well, the entry was really good, right? Somewhere in here. That's a great entry. If you want to explain why did you got long in there, you can also try to explain that. That's literally the bottom of this move. Hi Pedro, can you talk a bit about how tools use to time your entry, for example, on pound, dollar, or euro dollar? Yeah, I can talk about a bit the confirmations. Oh, tools? You mean tools like tools like expert advisors, or tools confirmation on price action? Yeah, I can look for confirmations. Yes. Okay, gold is a sell. That's what Godson is saying. Very nice buys on gold. 3-2-80. Okay, that's your stop loss. 3-2. Oh, I'm moving everything. Let's not go. 3-2-80. Okay. Yeah, that's already a nice risk reward so far. That would be a great risk reward if it gets there. Okay. So gold. Bro, I'm holding till 3-4-3-3. Is that a good idea? 3-4. 343. That's all the way until. That's even higher than this level from yesterday. 3-4-3-3. It depends, Hafnan. It depends where you are. Where did you get long? Okay, it depends where you got long on your trade. I think there are a few kind of levels that price can bounce until it gets there. But it also depends where you got long. Okay, like if you bought long if you are long from here and they are looking all the way until there. That's maybe a bit ambitious. If you are long from here, maybe that's a different story. If you are long from here, yeah, maybe price can oscillate between this level until it gets there, right? So it depends a little bit also where did you get long from to kind of provide any advice in terms of price going all the way until there. Just in terms of if price does come a bit lower, is there any safe prices or structure that price can still bounce and continue to push higher? That's basically the comment I'm trying to make in here. In terms of the level, in terms of gold, okay. So, as you know, 1 second. Item, I'm shorting at 3319 with 75% FIBO with range from 3331 to the low of the move. Okay, 3319. Where there is 3319. Oh, okay, so we are basically looking at this Fibonacci. There you go. Like all the questions I'm asking you in here, guys, just literally to see how everyone is going to have their own different ideas of the way they look at the market and the way they are positioned themselves. Okay, and which is the beauty in trading, basically. So we're looking basically at this level in here with this Fibonacci. Most likely, yeah, we'll see if that plays out. So gold. On the bigger picture, as you know, right? Basically, this is the range a little bit that we are looking at, right? From this top all the way to this bottom, and this level in here, which is basically where it was this last point here. It also has some relevance, and that's basically where price end up respecting. Okay, kind of this low. So it could react either from the upper edge, that is this rectangle, or eventually could go all the way to the deeper side of the level. It's a bit more closer to this low. So at this point, in respect to this level, eventually I think gold eventually can still go into this level in the bigger picture. But before that, as we talked about on Tuesday, if not mistaken, when price was somewhere around here, I think there is a possibility that gold could actually go higher. I take out this stop loss. By the way, I don't remember now the trader that had this target at around 325 or something like that. So congrats on your target. I don't remember now who was it, but congratulations. That was you finally got your target hit after missing it by a little bit. So congrats on that. So we created a separation in here, right? So finally price, we can delete this one. This doesn't make any more sense now. We finally created a separation in here with price breaking through and basically going above this level of resistance that was holding price for a while. And and you kind of mark a few levels that price could eventually still react from, maybe somewhere around here, maybe somewhere it's still around there, and maybe then you can start looking a little bit higher. After we made this strong move to the upside, we kind of created this was the extreme. Okay, so when price went up, this is where it paused. So basically there was some kind of agreement or acceptance that this price would be enough now to hold price and price to go higher. That's basically what happened in here, as you can see here on the 1 time frame. So those are kind of a little bit of the ranges that you can start identifying when eventually you are looking for this move down. Somewhere around here to be our target. Okay, it's just price to fill the range, and after it fills the range, it makes a decision, either breaks that range and goes a little bit lower into the next level, or it respects that range and can start moving a little bit higher. At this point, it's respecting the range quite nicely, to be honest. So yeah, if you do trade from the extremes, that's basically what it means in here. So really nice reaction in here on gold from this extreme of this level after this break to the upside. And now let's see if it continues to challenge and if it continues to go even higher. Yeah, I didn't get you. Yeah, so what levels can we see in here on gold? Let's start first from here on the left side, and then we can look a little bit into here if there's actually any kind of short in there. So price is indeed reacting from okay level. Okay, so basically from this supply level in here, and if it breaks above that, then it already went all the way to the extreme of it, to be honest. So this top already went all the way to the extreme of this level. Okay, that's basically there's no more orders in here anymore. Okay, so if there was any, basically price collected them in here. There's nothing else in there. So if price by any chance does get really close to this top, I'm expecting already price to get somewhere in here. I'm expecting then price to go higher. Unless there is now new set of orders created in here, we're going to take a look at that in a bit. Next level, it will be somewhere around this level in here. Could also work. This is basically decision point. Price went up, down, retraced. So somewhere around here can still be orders, and then you can already looking a little bit higher into the next level in there. Yeah, so that's basically the next levels where I'll be looking a little bit, and then of course maybe at this extreme, but then you're looking already into the left side. Yeah, so that's a little bit of the few zones in here that I'll be looking for on goals for some reactions. Yeah, somewhere in there, and extreme somewhere around here, but I'm not really biggest fan of that one, to be honest. Now intraday, kind of since we dropped in here, maybe there's still something in here potentially. Also this one in here, and then we have basically compression. This is basically the next level somewhere around here. If you want to be precise, maybe we can draw that in there. Yeah, but however, the main thing in here is that we never managed to break structure, right? We kept respecting this level, so we never really, even though we kind of took these lows in here, and for some people maybe on some time frame it looks like that we managed to break some structure, maybe on 4 hour time frame. Yeah, on 4 hour time frame it may look like that we managed to break some lows in here. And people may start thinking, okay, maybe this is a break of structure, maybe now price wants to go further down. In reality, maybe in the world, when you actually look at the level itself, we didn't really manage to break proper structure, at least just yet. Breaking below this low, that will be a different story, at least the way I look at it. So yeah, any kind of bounces from here, I'll need some kind of confirmation when price does arrive closer to this level in here to look for another short. I think this short, from as soon as you start breaking this level, or then you confirm also the break of this with all this compression, this could have been a great short already today. Price went all the way to the target, so that was done. And now in my book is wait and see what will happen at around this level, with the potential of price actually going a little bit higher, because there's still higher levels in there that price can still go towards too. But price can sometimes bounce, and it's a little bit normal. You see gold bouncing several times, so that can create a little bit of a range before finally maybe moving upwards. Yeah, 1 second. So it has been, guys, by the way, if like share your feedback on what I'm saying in here. If you agree with me, if you disagree with me, just share your feedback with me. It has been holding quite well on the 0382 level since yesterday. Today it broke just below it, it then went back up, and yesterday it broke previous highs too. Yeah, I need to know the ranges that you're looking at to understand where is that 38.2 mark. Is it? Yeah, I'm not really sure from where you're looking at. Starting NQ from T1089. Yeah, Magdalena, we are going to look at the NQ straight afterwards. What's my entry criteria? So I like to look at, like, this could have been a good example. Like the way price moved in here, this could have been a good example. Okay, so I'll be waiting for something like this. A price kind of going upwards into a good level on the left side. So I want price to react from a good level on the left side, or we have a clear kind of triple top or whatever, kind of several highs being created in here, and maybe just collect that liquidity. I can maybe try to find an entry somewhere around this level without price reacting from a good level on the left side. This will be the only circumstance where I'm okay without price reacting from a good level on the left. Otherwise, if you don't really have kind of proper liquidity being created, by liquidity I mean like proper kind of a strong level of resistance being created in here, if this doesn't exist, then I actually want price to react from a good level on the left side. And this could have been a good trade. I didn't see it on time, most likely it happened overnight once again, but this could have been a good example. So we have that level identified on the left, good supply level, and then I'll be waiting for price to start breaking this kind of structure and identify kind of this level in here. This kind of a good decision point that breaks price down, and wait for price to come back in here and find an entry around this level. Okay, either place straight away a sell limit in here. Okay, that could be a possibility, or if this level is quite wide and maybe price could even go a little bit higher, eventually I'll wait for price to do something like that as well and identify a clear level of support in here as price is moving upwards, and I can sometimes place a sell stop in here. Okay, I don't wait for the break and retest. I may just place a sell stop straight away in here, and as soon as price breaks this level, I'm short. Sometimes price doesn't retrace, so that's a way to guarantee that I'm into the trade. For example, this is a good example. So if I'm not still short in here, and if I'm waiting a bit more for confirmation, this could have been exactly that range that I'm talking about in here. Can you see how price kind of ranges, kind of battles in here? And we are on the 5 minutes. I'll be looking even on the 1 minute. So let's actually get into the 1 minute. Yeah. So I'm looking a little bit for these kind of decisions of price starting to go higher and reject straight away. That will be one of them. Then you have a new break in here, kind of have this structure of price already reacted from this level, and this now kind of extends. And now, yeah, after price starts breaking this level, most likely I would maybe place a sell limit in here. Or then if I start seeing this could be a great place to price a sell stop. And most likely there is a high probability that price can still retest this level, because the decision point that price made to break out this level in here. So usually price tends to kind of come back into this level. Sometimes it doesn't, sometimes it does. So if you're still not short from here, you can maybe wait for that retracement towards this level and try to get short in here again. So those are just a few levels. But yeah, I follow price, try to identify a zone of support that price is not breaking it until it breaks, and there you go. Self-activated, and I'm short. Yeah, that will be kind of what I'll be looking for. Yeah, this is a good example. In here, for example, I didn't really had an entry. Maybe I'll be waiting for price to come back into here, which price never really did, and I'll be missing out on the trade. Yeah, this is where price tried to go down to retest this level. Gets rejected straight away. I prefer even a more aggressive rejection. I really like those aggressive rejections. It's basically price trying to go up and get rejected straight away. Kind of price creates a top in here, kind of tries to go down, really tries hard, and then just gets smashed below, right? So that's a great level to look for an entry in here on retest of the up price. Yeah, but that's more or less what I'll be looking for. Take profit now, Jarench. Did you get your target on the trades? Yeah, I'm going to take a look at GJ as well. My view is a short to 190. Okay, I'll take a look at that in a bit. I should be maybe doing this on the 1 second. Okay. Fax, I bought at 3296, take profit at 3329. Do you think there will be any rejection before it reaches take profit? I bought 3296. So you bought somewhere in here. Okay, that's kind of a nice level. Target 3329. 3329. Yeah, just literally draw kind of a little bit of the levels. This is one of them, okay, because this is kind of the new cycle. As you can see, price was moving down, kind of went down, and this is where it kind of starts this compression. So this by itself is a range, okay, which price can keep respecting this strategy, start moving down. I wouldn't be looking for any shorts in here. I'll prefer to kind of start looking for something else in there. But this is already one of the barriers. As you can see, price was kind of creating two great moves to downside, and in here it starts kind of finding an agreement on price, and then kind of fights, it's a lot of compression. So when price starts kind of turning here, there's a high probability that price can go at least until here. So that will be one of them. In terms of structure, maybe a little bit higher. If it goes all the way until there, yeah, it can. But of course, price will not just move in this straight line. Maybe price is going to find something here, maybe going to find something else to react from. Yeah, may create a little bit of structure here and see if it breaks or not to the upside. So it's battling this level now. If I'm in the weekly contest with the rest of the traders, yes, I'm terrible at that. Okay, I'm kind of break even, to be honest. I missed the trades I wanted to take on the indices. I didn't manage to catch them. Basically, I wanted to win the competition by taking these shorts in here, and I didn't manage to get in any of them. So that was it. But I'm terrible when I'm trading when I'm trading competitions. I get FOMO. I trade what I shouldn't, and it's not my style. I was even thinking about it the other day. I think it was yesterday, and I was thinking like my style of trading. I like price to tell me. I like price to persuade me to take a trade, okay, and that requires patience. It requires a lot of time. It requires patience. Basically, what I'm saying by that is I like price to literally create a fake structure in here. I like attract as many sellers as possible to eventually fake out that level and kind of trap the traders and go here. Okay, so that's kind of what I like. I like to wait for. I like to be persuaded by the market. To okay, Pedro, like we are screaming at you. This is a great trade to take. And when I'm in competitions or if I have an urge to trade, I'm not waiting for anything. I'm just looking for any shorts everywhere or buys. And I'm not waiting for any confirmation. I have FOMO. Yeah, I just end up taking trades that I shouldn't. Yep, that's me. When I'm trying to compete. That's why I, like in the past as well, when there was this 30 days challenge to pass fund and accounts, I was terrible at it. I was just terrible. It would go against everything that I believe trading is about. A little bit competitions is the same thing. Like I'm really against any kind of timeline on anyone's profitability. Trading is a marathon, it's not a sprint. So it affects my core being of myself and what I think about trading, and I start just making mistakes everywhere. But yeah, I basically break even in the account. Please, how did you spot the current trade? That's for the person that actually got long. I didn't spot any trading here. It got the target, and now I'll be waiting for it. Next having Gary, I think maybe already smoked this 3352. That's higher. It's a little bit higher. 3352. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, I kind of agree with you. Okay, swing trader, I agree with you. What if the move is too fast? If the move is too fast, goodbye. I'm not in the trade. If the move, like if it is a sharp V shape reversal, I'm not in the trade. Okay, I accept myself to miss those type of trades. That happened yesterday with NASDAQ. Okay, the move was too quick. Actually, the approach was nice, but I was doing the live stream, the Portuguese live stream. Okay, many of you guys in here, the Portuguese gang and Brazilian gang, you know what I was talking about. Actually, I was starting to tell my story, kind of my personal story about feeling lonely during my journey as a trader. That was the topic of yesterday's stream, and all of a sudden I just start seeing price just crashing. So I didn't manage to get in the trade. Okay, maybe there was price action here to enter. I think this could have been the great level on the NASDAQ, somewhere around here, after kind of price start breaking this level. I like the compression. I love the compression. Yeah, but this could have been the best entry. But as you can see, price didn't really spend too much time in here, and all of a sudden it did this. So I end up missing the trade, to be honest. And it was one that I've been waiting as well for a while. Even on Tuesday, I think I mentioned that I was looking for price to get back into this structure here. This is beautiful. All this liquidity, it's perfect, it's amazing. But I end up missing the trade. It was too quick. This would have been a great trade to take, unfortunately. Yeah, but I accept I accepted at this point that I'm not going to catch every single trade. There are some trades that unfortunately I'm just not going to take them. Yeah, that goes with it. Yeah, I reply to that one. Do you think if the news come up suggesting a contraction in the US economy, gold will go up or down? It could go up, right? Because most likely, well, it depends. In theory, that would most likely mean that US indices would go down, which means that gold could go up in theory, right? But if it is actually a proper contraction, what can happen is actually maybe there's going to be less liquidity or less money to be invested in the market, right? It's like the market is not going to be always kind of money fluctuating from one asset to the other. So many times it is like that. But sometimes if it actually kind of starts to be like, if all of a sudden there's not much money in the economy, there are several assets that can actually drop a little bit at the same time, or at least gold may not continue to just create new all-time highs. And this is basically what you are saying in terms of contraction in the US economy. Most likely can mean a little bit of a struggle for everyone, which means that maybe gold could remain at high prices. Doesn't mean that's going to drop, but maybe it's not going to be creating all-time highs like it has been in the last months. Yeah, weapon India. Yep, we have plenty of traders from India with the $5ers, so that's perfect. Welcome, and don't forget to like the stream, guys. So press that like button. I paid on gold 4 hours price pin at H4 evening star at 70 retracement zone. Yeah, I don't really look at the candles, so I don't even know what. So sorry, I'm looking at NASDAQ right now. This was a great level. The timings of the meetings. You mean this one? Like, is this what you're like? I don't even know what an evening star is, to be honest. Is this? I think maybe is this one, like this process kind of go up, down, and then kind of break below it? Is this what it is? Like the combination of 3 candles? Maybe this is a doji, and this is maybe the evening star. Maybe it is, which is kind of bearish, right? That's kind of a bearish a sign. I presume it is. I'm at 700 rank with 4% profit at the weekly contest. I just don't get how people are making in a day. Yeah, me neither. And I don't think even it's healthy to compare yourself. Like, honestly, if you're 4% profitable in a week, that's amazing. Okay, if you could do that kind of, if you could replicate that performance on a weekly basis, even if you make it 2% on a weekly basis, okay, you are going to be already kind of on as a top trader. Okay, no matter what. You could just continue to do the same, just put more capital in, and you're going to do wonderful. Okay, you're going to become a wonderful. You're going to have a wonderful life as a trader if you do continue to have those even 2%. Okay, even 1% per week. That's already great. It means basically 4% per month, and that's already amazing. That's already amazing. Professor Tone, yeah, news in 25. What's news today? Is it job claims, most likely? Yeah, I'm looking for this one is the big one. Manufacturing services PMI. That's one that matters to me. If I have any shorts, no, I don't have. I had yesterday, but I got stopped out by the people, and then I didn't manage to get in again. But I'll take a look at euro dollar in a bit. Here comes rejection. Yep, there you go. Yeah, so it filled basically it filled this level in here. Let's see what's going to happen next. But yeah, it filled this initial range. So I'll wait for gold to go 334. Yeah, I'll wait for gold to go not even 334, so like somewhere around here. I think it will be. Yeah, I'll wait for gold to go a little bit higher. It's just my style. I like to trade the extremes. I don't like to trade trades in the middle. Especially if I know, for example, on this particular case on gold, I'll wait for gold to the extreme because price is in the middle. Price has been bullish, and maybe price does want to continue to go higher. So I'll be maybe waiting for price to go to the extreme. On the on NASDAQ today, I wouldn't be needed to have to wait for price to go to the extreme. Actually, this was a level ahead, but I didn't. I was in a meeting. The timings are terrible, to be honest. So in this case, I don't really need to wait for price to go all the way back in here, kind of to the extreme. If you think about this range, okay, I wouldn't wait for that to happen. Why? Because this is already basically a double top in here. We already have a break of structure. This is another break, and this is another break. Okay, there's already a few breaks in here to downside, and there's plenty of space for price to go further down. So this was actually a great level. This was a great level. Again, a lot of liquidity in here. So actually, I was waiting for price to go there, and I was in a call. I was in a meeting. Yep, I was in a meeting. I didn't trade this trade. But this would have been. I rarely take any trend continuation setup. Okay, and this for me it will be a trend continuation setup. But this will be the perfect trend continuation setup that I'll take. Price literally compresses all the way through. Like you can see how price is collecting every single demand zone on the way up. It creates a range in here. It even maybe tries to make this initial attempt short. Okay, maybe it attracts even more people to try to sell it once this move is down. Okay, once you make this move, you can imagine how many people are trying to short in here. Okay, but in reality, none of these stops actually still reacted from the supply. Kind of that decision in there. Yeah, this would have been perfect. And then you can try to find opportunities. Yes, on the right side of this move, you can start looking for the opportunities in there. Yeah, the approach this would have been a textbook of a move. And I didn't. Yeah, I even have it here. I never got filled. Whatever. Yeah, but this is context. Prices which is starting to show bearishness, and yeah, and that's what it is. What's your risk? Yeah, you can, like, to be honest with you, I was not really talking about the competition of the 5ers. I was talking about the competition within everyone that is live streaming the 5ers, okay, the host of the 5ers in here. But you can go as crazy as you want. You can 1%, 2%, whatever, just risk as much as you want in there. Yeah, to be honest, I'm not the biggest fan of competitions. Okay, it affects my own personal trading. As I mentioned, I get super FOMO. I know that people are making like a lot of money or kind of a lot of percentage, and then I try to catch them, and I just trade really poorly, and then I end up missing the best trades, to be honest. Okay, take profit is best strategy. Re-enter again later, or else your profit will become screenshots only. That's true. That's actually true. That's actually true. Okay, another pairs. Yep, exactly. Abdullah, let's take a look at the N pairs. Yeah. Okay. So even star is the one on top. I think maybe it's the one that I mentioned before. On gold. Where is gold again? No, this silver. Gold. Yeah, must have been that one. Okay. 4% a week is not really good. It's amazing. It's amazing. Just tell me. I'll give you my money if you start making 4% a week. Yep, I'm going to look at dollar index as well. Dollar yen, your views, bullish or bearish? Yeah, we're going to take a look at dollar yen. Did you buy? I didn't buy anything. All right, someone is talking my language, filling the gap. Dan, I like that. Then yeah. I need to read this one. DJ, thank you. Hi Pedro, just want to say your SWOT on the live stream is very fruitful and engaging. You really make a great effort to engage with us. I do, and to be honest, I need to get used to read so many comments, and at the same time, try to show you analysis and to help you guys. So thank you very much. I really try my best on doing that. You guys are amazing in terms of always posting and commenting. I'm trying not to skip any comment, which then makes me hard to kind of still spend time in here. But let's take a look at another assets, okay? Let's take a look at dollar index and the yen index because I think that's going to be quite nice. So this is what we have in here, and I really appreciate your comment, TJ. I really appreciate your comment. Sorry, your screen is not well visible. Can you change it? It makes me concentration to see. Sorry, I'll try to zoom in a little bit. I'll try to zoom in a bit more. Saved. So I'm going to start because when I'm sharing this kind of analysis, I'm not being so specific in terms of the levels. I want you to more thinking about my thought process of how I'm looking at kind of how I think or process the information I'm seeing on the charts. If I wanted to be really specific in terms of, okay, this is exactly how to draw this supply level, I'll be zooming in, I'll be changing time frames, and I'll be more precise in that. So that's why sometimes I do have it like way too zoomed out, but it's more about the process that I'm thinking. That at least I would like you guys to listen in here. But yeah, I'll try to zoom in. I'll try to zoom in a little bit more. Yeah. And what about gold? I just spent 20 minutes talking about gold. North. Just go back a little bit and you'll see it. Thank you, KK. Thank you. Yeah, Osh, we are going to take a look at that now. Okay, so let's take a look at dollar index. Okay, so this is what we have. Zoom out a little bit. Okay, bigger picture. Okay. So my analysis on the dollar index since the beginning of the week, it has been decided by this small detail. Okay, and this small detail was this break of this structure. Okay, so that basically, in my opinion, opened the space for dollar index to continue to push a little bit more to the downside. Then it created a little bit of a range in here. There's a nice Quasimodo continuation Quasimodo that was created. So Quasimodo is not only a pattern of a revert. It's not. A second. Yeah, Quasimodo is not only a reversal pattern, kind of if price is going down and then you eventually find a Quasimodo in here that that's going to look for a long. Okay, this kind of reversal setup. This in this case is a continuation setup as well, which tends to happen across these important breaks of structure in the middle. Okay, this is a way for price manipulate traders into thinking that maybe, oh, price broke structure, price wants to go higher, but no, it actually ends up doing the opposite. We had a similar scenario yesterday on the Dow. We can take a look at it in a bit. So this is a beautiful Quasimodo as a continuation pattern in here. Okay, so basically price created this move, it went down, if it even managed to break below this low, came all the way back in here and it shorted. So we have been bearish. Okay, we have been bearish, and in my opinion, it can even go a little bit lower. It's reacting from around this level. I think dollar index can even go a bit more to the downside. Okay, maybe even my favorite level would be somewhere even around here. Okay, to go all the way, feel all these lows in here, all this structure. Okay, but of course, price bounces in between. It doesn't try to just move in a straight line. This is a nice level where price is reacting, and we'll see if it's going to hold or not. It's a bit more indecisive. Yeah, we need to see. I still think that price can still go further down, but we are definitely finding a little bit of support at around this level. This was a nice demand zone that was respected in here. And price now is kind of respecting this level. If you start breaking a little bit above it, then maybe can go a little bit higher. Our price can basically even create the same type of scenario in here. Let's just look a little bit on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, on the 4-hour is kind of a good level, to be honest. Where price is bouncing, it's okay, it's a good level. Not my favorite, personally. I think dollar index can still go a little bit further down, but it's not about the level where we are having this reaction. So more intraday, you could have already looked for some longs in here or shorts on the euro, and we'll see what's going to happen afterwards. We did manage to break this structure, so we cannot ignore the fact that maybe broke the structure and some people are thinking about going long. We did respect this level straight away. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see what will happen. I don't really have a clear idea right now in here. This one was much clearer for me. The price wanted to go a little bit further down. We already had a good move in there. This is Friday. Eventually, you are going to have a little bit of retracement as well during the week, right? So that maybe that's today. Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one, to be honest. Does price still want to come back into here before shorting again? Not sure. If price keeps holding this level, maybe actually can go a little bit higher from here. Yeah, it's a tricky one. When looking at euro dollar, for example, I have the same idea. Okay, euro dollar, I still like the idea of price eventually going into something in there. Okay, I like the idea of price going a little bit higher eventually, but it needs to break the structure. It never broke. Okay, so basically price kept respecting. I literally was stopped out yesterday in here. Like literally in there. Maybe I can even show the picture of the trade. 1 second. Oh damn it, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. Yeah, I deleted the arrows. Oh, damn it. Yeah, just save it. Yeah, I deleted the arrows, but then, yeah, I literally got stopped out in here. And then price just moved down. I was thinking about going short again, but then it was overnight. I didn't place any saving meeting there. Yep, it is what it is. Because there was a little bit of this pricing here on euro dollar. So basically the way I'm looking at euro dollar is that again, similar to the dollar index, I think price eventually can go a little bit more on dollar index the same way on the euro dollar, but we had definitely this structure in here that price could still hold, and it's holding. If price breaks above this level, I think price will go into the next level, which is somewhere around here. So that's a little bit of what I'm going to be looking at. But price needs to break this to do that. If it keeps holding, then maybe there's more shorts in here. And one of the spaces that I was looking for, it was a little bit around here. Kind of price broke slightly this low. I wanted to see price coming back into somewhere in here. So yeah, it's kind of a nice target, just similar to dollar index. But you can continue to push forward, to be honest. Yeah. I'm not really sure now. I'm not really sure now what to expect. It's a bit in the middle. Price already reacted from that extreme, so that's done. And yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to expect in here on euro dollar. What's up, Antonio? Antonio, subscribe to our Portuguese channel, okay? We are so close to 500. Okay, guys, you can go and subscribe as well if you don't speak Portuguese and if you want to support the channel of the 5ers, okay? Go subscribe to our Portuguese channel. Must be the description, the link. So go there. I think we are really close to 500 subs. We are going to start giving giveaways as well in there. So Antonio, subscribe. It's Monday to Thursday at 5 p.m. Just go there. We have a great environment, great culture as well. Many Portuguese, many Brazilian people. So yeah, just go there and enjoy. Nepal. Congrats. Congratulations, Nepal. Good luck on the second phase and congrats. Okay, everyone can say congrats to Nepal because it's an achievement, and we wish you all the best for the second phase, and I hope you can come here in a few days or a couple of weeks and you say, guys, I just passed phase 2, I'm officially funded. So good luck with your account, and congratulations on the congratulations on the account. The XY targeting 4-hour gap. Is that for the lower? Is that was that down? Isam? 4 hour. What is 4 hour? The gap is this one. A little bit higher, somewhere in here. Is this the gap that you're talking about? Yeah, maybe it can come back into this structure. Yep, it may do that. So it may still respect something in here, which could still work. Maybe price can come all the way back to this level, somewhere around here. Yeah, even as a worst case scenario, imagine people even getting stopped out all the way in here, and price even respecting this one, which is a great to have shoulder in there as well. Price already broke this structure. Yeah, who knows? Who knows between these two levels? That would make many people upset if price would come all the way in here to then kind of turn and go higher. That would be my favorite. That would be my favorite, to be honest, because everyone's going to be trying to get long in here, which could make sense. And this one is still fresh, so that's beautiful. That's beautiful, to be honest. And that would mean euro dollar could go somewhere in there. Yeah, somewhere in there. Dollar index broke support. That is why gold continued to go up. Yep, that can be the reason as well. That's true. Thank you, Maya. I hope I pronounced your name correctly. But thank you. Yeah, it's great to hear your feedback. PGI previous daily high. Yeah, maybe previous daily high. I prefer to wait the XY to took the previous daily high, which is, where is the previous daily high on the XY? Yeah, it's a little bit higher. Yeah, it can work. Looking for a short trade. Where from? Vicky, where from? Where do you want to short euro? Yeah, I would like maybe somewhere in there. Favorite would be there, to be honest. Why so many backing a dollar in their trades? Well, dollar is amazing in terms of, if I understand your comment, like dollar is a great for correlation, so that's something. The best trading strategy is SMC. Well, everyone has their own opinion. SMC for me is just price movement, is just market structure. So yeah, that's price moving, as everything. Yep, congrats on Paul, fantastic, really good one. Now there you go. We're not to trade, just follow the link. There you go. I knew there will be someone commenting on that. Yeah, it's just whatever fits you. That's what matters. There you go. Many people definitely giving congrats to Esmeralda, bem-vinda to Nepal. So that's amazing. I'm in phase 2 in 100k for 2 months. Is normal or I need change strategy? Sofian, that's a great question. Okay, and that can go as deep as everything. Because you wondering or you asking that question, like we don't even know if you are in a drawdown, if you are positive. We have no idea exactly where you are in your account. Like, are you 2-3% positive? Are you 2-3% negative? Are you still at break even? Like we have no clue, right? But just to have that thought process, it's normal. Okay, there is not exactly a time zone that should be met by anyone to achieve either the first phase or the second phase. Okay, maybe that second phase is really important to you, and maybe based on the way you trade is taking you this long. Basically, what I want to say is managing your expectations of how long does it take to achieve something, or even what is your fundamental idea of what trading is and what become successful trader is. It matters a lot on the way you approach trading. Look at this. We are in the phase 2. You managed to pace phase 1 with the strategy that you are using. And now in phase 2, just because we are still 2 months in and without passing it, now we are wondering and having second thoughts about your strategy. And again, we have no idea if you're in a drawdown, if you are profitable or maybe close to passing it. We have no idea, right? But the most important is your data, like what your journaling, what does your trades of your data means based on the strategy that you are executing. Do you journal? Do you track your data? Do you even know if you are actually following your plan? Maybe you are taking trades that doesn't even fit your strategy, and you think that's your strategy. Like, go a little bit deeper. But for sure, time is not a problem. Okay, time is not going to be a problem. 2 months, it doesn't matter. Imagine that you get it takes 2 months to pass the second phase, but then in the next 2 weeks after you get that, you may make 5%, and you get actually payout with that just in 2 weeks time. Like, who knows, right? It depends on your strategy. It depends on the market is moving. Of course, it's really hard to give a clear answer, but for sure, time is not a problem. It shouldn't force you to be a decision making to change your strategy. Your results should be making that decision based that you are following actually your strategy, not time zone, not a timeline. Yep, there you go. As simple as that. I went in a little bit of a few more words, but Isam, stick your strategy. Period. That's it. And polemic claims. Good for dollar. To be honest with you, what was the data? Is it still within the same range? Like, it doesn't matter, okay, guys? Like, unemployment claims, as long as it's between kind of 220 to 140, it doesn't affect the market. That's not what's affecting the market, okay? Like, that's a standard. You can see in here how many times price is within this range. Like, price is not, it's like, if it was all of a sudden 250, that's a problem. If it is 200, that's maybe something that would affect. Between 220 and 240, that's the average. Like, price doesn't really move because of that. Yeah, whatever reason price is moving now is not exactly just because of unemployment claims. Far from it. Yeah. Changing strategy at this stage would be a terrible decision. If the strategy is backtested as an edge, yeah, it should just stress the process. 100%. For a swing trader, maybe hyper growth. It's quite good. Yeah, maybe hyper growth is quite good. I think. Ooh, it's really dropping. Just because of the daily pulse and the way and the way it's measured in there as well. Of course, the high stakes is the high stakes. Can also be maybe Victor, welcome. How are you? Maybe you can answer this question better than me.
What is the question? I'm all ears.
What 5er challenges is best suited for a swing trader? Which one do you consider?
That's a good one. I would say
what we are thinking, I think I would just also try to understand how much fluctuation there is in your P&L or percentage-wise when you have those.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm thinking about.
Like to have oscillations of like 2%, minus 3%. Like how much of like the variation between your equity does it suffer when you are in those positions? Or do you kind of have a little bit of a more strict trade management where maybe you're trading stops or something like that you never really expose yourself that much to such a big fluctuation? Yeah, that would help to answer the question.
It's a very
Peter,
simple
are you short
question.
on anything? Go ahead. Sorry.
No. I was gonna say it's a very simple question, but it depends on a couple of variables because with a swing trader, what you have is you have to, by definition, you're holding a trade longer than 24 hours, meaning you're gonna be holding trades through rollover. That's one thing. But especially if you have an account, a program which looks at the end of the day and the fluctuation intraday, like max loss per day, you need to take that into consideration. On hypergrowth, what I like about hypergrowth is that even in the case that you hit that pause, that daily pause, it's a pause. You don't lose the account, right? So I do like that because if anything happens, that's gonna save you from losing the account. But you have to understand that's basically 50% of the available risk capital. That's the risk. That is the daily pause level or the limit. With high stakes, it's 5%. It's more with high compared to the hyper growth, but it's also 50% of the available risk capital. So basically, in that sense, they're the same. It looks different, but it's basically the same. And if you compare that with the bootcamp account, there is also a daily pause once you're funded, which is 3/4 of the max loss limit. So in that sense, that would make the bootcamp a better option, right? So what you're looking for is that it gives you enough room relative to the max loss in terms of room per day. So I would say if you consider that metric or that ratio, bootcamp wins. What else could you be considering? Let's see. Yeah, I would say bootcamp is in that sense and with swing trader you don't need that a lot of leverage, and bootcamp is not the one with the highest leverage, so it makes sense as well in that sense. I think you need to know metrics of your strategy, because for example, if you're floating a lot of profit and you're holding it for a very, very long time, you need to know what is the highest volume that I'm gonna be holding, and what is the highest ATR of that asset, daily ATR, because that's the range, right? That's the possible fluctuation you will get in the day. So you can get a sense, right? If you're never going to reach this kind of volume with any particular asset, then it doesn't matter. But that's how you should measure it, right? Using the daily ATR and measuring and looking at your strategy. What is the highest possible volume? Even if I have the best case where I have a tighter stop loss, what kind of volume are we talking about, and how would a twice or even 3 times a daily fluctuation in price of that asset, how would that basically you're thinking reverse engineering a possible risk in the future. Those are the things that I look for. I see we have AirTrader. AirTrader is a a member that we have been seeing in our channel, in our Discord server as well. Also a very long time, since a very long time. Marina as well. Griff is on the swing trader and is currently on a high stakes account. Yes, I didn't know that he was on the high stakes, but it all depends. Basically, in all programs, you could, in theory, be a swing trader, right, or a scalper. It's not that when I say bootcamp is probably has some good features, doesn't mean you cannot do it with the other programs, because it all depends on how big you go in, right? If you're scalping, you don't need a lot of leverage unless you go really, really big. Then you need the highest leverage necessary. But you could, I scalp on the bootcamp account perfectly fine all the time. So as you can see, it's about customization. It's about understanding all the metrics of your strategy and your stress moments, right? Your stress testing, basically, looking what kind of scenarios am I gonna run into some kind of problems with these metrics, intraday, max daily, loss or pause, and things like that. But I think that's the only difference with the other strategies, right? You need to keep in mind that you're not gonna be closing the positions at the end of the day, meaning you might start or have at the end of the day a very large floating profit, and then the next day, that could be half of that could be taken away. Nor on your private account, you still be just fine because you still have half of your profit floating. But with an account where there's max loss, intraday limit, that could trigger some kind of limit. So those are the considerations you should take into account when you're deciding which program to take based on the fact that you're a swing trader.
Yep. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, there are definitely a few things to consider when you are deciding on how to do it, and it depends on the person. Because of course the daily pause as well. Of course, aside from the costs overnight that we're going to have, right? The fees. There are also that daily pause or the daily maximum drawdown, which is calculated based on the equity as well, right? So even if you're kind of 4%, but then crosses midnight, it's taking that in consideration, the balance, not the equity. So yeah, that's just something to bear in mind. So you kind of you don't lose the account when you are saving profit or kind of when you are profitable, right? So just bear in mind of those situations. It will be upsetting, to be honest. Welcome. Hi, Adam. Adam is welcome to the live stream. You are in great company with Victor and myself. We are going to listen about quasi models in here, quasis. So if you are new, definitely are going to learn a new vocabulary after today. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. I think we are really close already to 70,000, maybe already crossed 69. So it's a great achievement, 69. But yeah, we want to achieve 70 to provide you with the next big giveaway key here in the channel. So yeah, press that subscribe button and press the like button as well. It continues to help us grow in here. Yeah. I would just like maybe to analyze just yen index. I think it's one of the last assets that I kind of needed to analyze, and then I can jump into your thought process, Vitor, on a few assets. Yeah, just reading in here, Henry. Yeah, you're right. Stop loss was a bit too tight. I kind of wish there was at least one intermediate swing highs on the left that continued drop down. It broke the triangle. Yeah. Another aspect, Henry, just a reference on the pound dollar trade that he was taking. It would be also maybe to wait for a confirmation or a break of structure before jumping into a sell. That's something that I really like to wait for, instead of just jump into a sell straight away as price is just moving up and not breaking any structure. As you can see, price starts to slow down and then eventually kind of break structure. Then as you can see, basically you enter somewhere in here, if not mistaken, somewhere in there. You could have taken exactly the same trades, exactly the same level, but now you would have traded on the right side of the move. Right, you have to actually wait for price to create a top. You enter it still exactly at the same price level, but now on the right side of the move, and now you actually have even a top to protect your stop loss with. Right, so that again, it depends, of course, on the strategy of each one, of every person, of each trader, the execution as well. But that's just something that personally I like to do it, and that's a way to avoid when you're taking kind of these reversal trades. It's a way to avoid a little bit being stopped out, like kind of you did it in here, and price kind of just reversed. Everyone can get stopped out just a little bit, like you did now. I did yesterday as well on euro dollar, and that was spiked to the upside, but it is what it is. Yeah, but just to finalize on the yen index, on the yen pairs, because I've been looking for the yen index to continue to push a little bit more to the upside, like it has been doing. Okay, since basically we respected that low. Okay, we respected this structure at the bottom. We can just remove this, and since then we're starting to turn. Like we start moving to the upside, kind of broke this structure here. Maybe someone got this potential long, whatever. That was a nice move. And one of the levels that I'm looking for, it will be within this top. Okay, somewhere in here, maybe you can find a little bit of selling pressure. If price starts breaking a little bit above that level, maybe can go into maybe all the way to the other side of the range, maybe somewhere closer to this level again. But before that, we do have this one. Basically, this is the last high that created this push down, so that can be a little bit relevant. And I like the fact that this supply level in here was still fresh, at least at this point. So this top in here didn't really react for me. It's kind of left the orders behind in there. And that's basically where we are reacting, or where we reacted a little bit already this morning. Something else that I like is that we start compressing. We kind of broke a little bit this low in here, but then we created a new structure. Price continue to go higher, compress. Kind of this low in here already kind of reacted from that zone, and then we continue to go, and now we have actually a break of structure again. At least on this 1 hour time frame, we kind of at least managed to break below this level. So this can actually start open the door for price to actually go down. Attention to this level, and then the price can even start moving even further down in here, which means that maybe the yen index, the yen pairs can actually start looking for longs. When I'm talking about euro yen, dollar yen, pound yen, and maybe some others. Yeah, so that's a scenario where price can actually find some selling pressure around this level, which means that the yen index or the yen pairs can start moving a bit higher. And when you're looking at the dollar yen, we see that dollar yen now it's also reacting from this low in here, right? So basically dollar yen also is at an interesting level of support or the block or demand zone, depending on how you call it, which means that if the yen index actually wants to start moving down, maybe the dollar yen can be in a good level to look for a long in here. So they kind of align a little bit. And if the dollar by any chance actually wants to go a little bit higher from here, okay, if the dollar does want to continue to move a little bit higher from here, that's actually good also for the dollar yen to continue to look for longs. That's basically what I was trying to look for already this morning, but I didn't manage to get in yet. I want to see how price may react from here. If price kind of comes back somewhere around this level, how price may react from here to potentially look for longs in here. Kind of managed to break the structure. Price can come back into this range, but yeah. So far, I'm still not in the trade, but I think there can be potential of looking for longs again on the dollar yen, and maybe that can be translated also into pound yen a little bit different, euro yen a little bit different as well. And just to finalize, like in terms of this situation, it's important to pick and choose which yen pair you want to look at, based also on what the dollar is doing. Because if the dollar is moving up, most likely we have dollar yen also moving up. But if the dollar is moving up, euro dollar may be moving down, which means maybe there's some pressure on the euro to push down, and maybe the euro yen may just range, which is kind of a bit complex, but that's kind of a little bit of what can happen. Maybe euro yen can range, pound yen can range a little bit, while we have actually dollar yen going higher. Yeah, but that's my view. Victor, what is your take? You don't really trade yen pairs that much, right?
Not really. Not that I couldn't or I wouldn't. Just simply, I like to focus on just a few, and they keep my hands, busy enough for my liking. That's that's it. So but I would definitely be able to break it down. Are you looking any specific yen pair specifically, or
dollar yen maybe?
Dollar yen. Okay, let's look at that. Before we do, no, actually after we do that, let's stick to the yen pairs. Let's stick to the Japanese yen. I'm gonna show my chart in a little while, and we can talk about it. I think it's very interesting. It's in a very interesting place, but instead of you hearing me telling you, I'm gonna show you why I think it is interesting as a pair. So let's do the usual process, which is all top down. So what are we seeing here? One thing is on the higher time frames. I don't know if anyone sees anything in particular. Tell us in the chat. Let us know what you're seeing here. Tell us. Tell Pedro. Tell myself. Tell everyone else reading the chat. What is it that you see when you see this chart? Right? It is the monthly time frame. It's not gonna trick you into taking any trades because such a high time frame. But what do you see here? Let's look at the chat if there's someone there. William says Victor Quasi, that's a good name. Yes, Pedro. Who knows? Maybe I'll request a name change on my passport. All right. So while you guys are typing, I know there's some delay, about 30 seconds, not minutes, before you hear something or before we say something and you get to hear it. Kumza says Quasi. Not surprising. It's me talking. Yes. And if if anyone is what do we have in let me ask this. Yes, well, actually let's not make too much of a quiz. I like doing quizzes, but let's keep it to just a few questions here. I heard something in the background. I hope there's nothing going to be now window is not going to do anything unexpected to me. Okay, so what I see here is a quasi. Yes, for those who don't know what a quasi is, it's a Quasimodo. It's a reversal pattern and it's a very good one. It's a you know, a little different. It's a head and shoulder, but just a little different. That's, if anyone wonders, what do I see? Where is it? This is the neckline, left shoulder, the head breaks the neckline, right shoulder, and we're going for this level, which is the base of this bullish order block. Of course, there are two order blocks here telling you that price could maintain, you know, if there weren't anything others, I will say, you know, if you, without having any other information, you would expect price to keep that range. But with that quasi visible, it opens the door, at least in my world, for lower prices, because we know this is how the market likes to reverse rip, right? Patterns like these, head and shoulder, is not very popular for just any reason. It's you know, because it makes a very good weapon against dandruff. No, I mean market reversals. A little humor there in between. All right, so one of the best ways to, you know, because the quasi is so elaborate, in my opinion, compared to like a simple double top or a double bottom, or perhaps some other kinds of reversal patterns you see out there. You know, there's a lot of things that need to happen first, right? So, and it encompasses all of the necessary stages of the market, right? It breaking the structure and then going to trick into another, breaking the structure. I'm talking without indicating. Here, this is where the market told us it wanted to reverse, and there is, you know, that last manipulative move which forms that right shoulder, you know, telling the buyers, you know, structure hasn't broken, we're still going to go make a new high. Only this time they fail at it, right? There's that deceit, or that manipulation, you could call it. And then once the buyers, everyone who got in thinking, you know, the trend is still intact, when market starts breaking down like it is, look at this big handle. This is, you know, I wouldn't say capitulation, but that's, you know, both sides understanding who, you know, what is the market trying to do here, right? It's obviously the pressure on the seller side is overcoming and dominating the market, right? So when I see this, I want to ask myself, okay, what can I see in here, perhaps on the lower time frame, that can help me for that continuation, right? That's one thing, but that's on the monthly. That's one thing. The other thing is, which is, against everything that I just said, we do have a bullish order block here. A bullish order block, it means that price, you could expect price, once it gets into these structures, that they have some kind of a pop. Doesn't have to go all the way up, but some kind of a reaction. And maybe this is what we already had, right? See, that's a lower high on the lower time frames. This is the monthly, so it makes a lot of sense. We'll have to dig deeper, but okay. So that's what I see initially. We go to the weekly, and I think you started analyzing from the weekly, Pedro. What we see is there's another quasi here as well, which we didn't get to yet, and maybe we will at some point, right? That bullish order block, which, while being fresh on the monthly, let's look at it again, right? It's 2, 4 on the 6th candle. It's being retested. So this could still happen, that possible pop on its way, without discarding the, you know, not the possibility, but that scenario that price is eventually going to go lower, right? The quasi tells you that market is trying to reverse, but it doesn't tell you, you know, if it's going to go straight through this like a hot knife through butter, or if it's going to have another go at a lower high, perhaps, right? Bounce from here, maybe go to a lower high, and then come back and do something like this, right? It doesn't tell you. It just tells you that the market is trying to reverse, right? So that's one thing. The other doesn't tell you about the timing. So if we go to the lower time frames, you do see that we do have a reversal here that we could tap into perhaps in the future, right, as a possible way of a lower high in that monthly quasi that I just showed you guys. Okay, so that's one thing, because the question is this all the pop? Is this movement from this point down to all this point? Is this the whole pop that the monthly is going to give us? You can measure it. How much did price get out of that order block? Not a lot, right, in comparison. So it's not very impressive. I would have expected somewhat more of a reaction. So I would still think that, you know, there could be that possibility that price comes to those areas within. This is the on the monthly time frame. This is the quasi, the right shoulder of the quasi, right? So we could still, within that bigger quasi, right, the fractal nature of the market, we could still see another quasi where price could come here in its path, or perhaps even a little bit higher in its path going lower, right? So I understand, looking at the bigger picture, understand that yes, we're likely to go down, but in the process we might have, you know, pops, we might have a counter trend, and these are the structures which we could be targeting if that were to happen. So let's go to the lower time frames. What else do we see? There isn't anything here. There isn't a bullish quasi here. Neither there is anything here. I mean, close as a bearish structure that could be used. We do have this weekly quasi within the bigger monthly quasi, but it's not actionable right now. Let's see. All right, so you can. There's we haven't broken structure for a higher place, which makes a lot of sense. Within that bigger structure, there isn't a lot to be said. This is a quite large kind of a V-shape, recovery, which, you know, is for a quasi to be visible, you need to have those swings as it is going down, and those swings as it is moving out of that reversal. We do have some swings getting out, but not as it is going down, meaning you can't see the reversal coming up, right? It's more difficult. At least you have to go more granular to the time frames in order to spot the reversal. Other than that, I don't see much, at least not on the daily. On the 4-hourly, there is a gray area, I think. Let me see if it is still valid. I saw it, I think, a few days ago. Let me see if there is still a quasi here. That's one. Probably that's the same one. I'll have to double check a couple of things first. No, it's not the same one. So that will be number 2 and number 3. Number 3, obviously, you already know. And there's actually another one. So yes. So on the 4-hour, there's nothing in here, and there wasn't on the daily as well. So there's no reversal here. The only thing I would focus on would be this order block we are coming back to, and I'll ask myself just 2 questions. Is it a fresh order block, or is it a part of a quasi? It's not part of a quasi, as we can see. Not part of a quasi. That's not a neckline. The neckline is all the way here on the daily time frame. And it's not a exactly fresh 6, 8, 9 on the 9th. It's relatively fresh. We could expect some kind of a pop because this is the first time price is getting into it, and I would be actually keep getting these tools to start drawing things that I don't intend to. I would look to, just looking at the daily, even though higher time frame, I expect eventually for this bigger structure on the monthly to break down. I think on the lower time frame, this looks this is where the initial, where the daily order block was created. With that impulse price comes back to it, possibly to have a follow-through motion, which is, you know, what we see in the market very often. So that's something that I would like to see. So I would like to see it's on the 9th day, 9th candle after the creation. So it's not my preference to be trading this one, but the movement is still to be expected. And I would be, my initial target would be this structure just because there's a lack of anything else. So when I see that, I would go lower in, and there isn't anything. Oh yes, there is. So let me guard this. Let's see if we can find some kind of confluence within different time frames telling us the same thing. So we got 1, 2, 3, and then 4, right? So I'm not going to be using not the H4 as well. And so that leaves us basically with only the price action here to spot any kind of reversal, right? I was going to use this possible move as the reversal, but that's not possible, as we just saw. And if we take a look at the current price action, I don't know about you, but I don't see the reversal. Price is creating bearish order blocks still on the H4 again, and no bullish structures except this little one to be seen. So we'll have to see. It's not very convincing yet. This is H4. I would be, to be honest, I could trade this because it's the H4 order block, and if it would come back, I would still trade this long, but it's not something that is reversing, like obviously making a great effort. It's predominantly bearish. We haven't broken any structure yet, so I'll be very conservative with my target, meaning that I could expect price to bounce from this structure. But is this going to be the lowest point? Is this going to really be the head of the whole structure? I don't think so. At least we don't have enough information for that. So now this looks a bit more interesting. I like that. Look at that wick. It is being held by that structure though, which is a little concerning. But I would trade this. Yes, I would go long at this. I'll wait for price to come back to this structure, right? So basically, for those who are wanting to get a signal, this is not a signal service, but for those who are wanting some actionable information, when price gets back to this structure, I call these structures, right, the order blocks, which is created by that candlestick combination. This is a quite wide one, which is not ideal at all. It's 50 pips. That's very, very large. So you need to refine that. Probably the best thing you can do is wait for price to get in here, and on the lower time frame, spot some kind of a reversal, right? Then you can get in. Obviously, you're going to be going long because it's a demand area, and you're going to be, either when it breaks or when it comes for the right shoulder. It's up to you. That depends on, your risk appetite and your personality and holding time and things like that. And I will target, I could target, if it's at the end of the day, I think this target is just fine. But actually, what you want to see is on the daily time frame that perhaps you're not going to see that quickly, but perhaps in creating some bigger structure, right? So let's say a bullish structure. Let me introduce this to. Let me open this up a little bit, right? What you want to be seeing is you have this movement, this little candle. Basically, it's a downward movement, and you have the engulfing, right? That's this candle, this big candle. And what we want to be getting in as price is getting in, right? That's where the order block is, and it does your quasi, right? To getting out of that order block, you want to be targeting this high. So that's going to be my initial high, and eventually, if it does make close above this confidently, then we can target this daily structure, right? Making this a much bigger trade, something like that, a little bit before that structure. I think that's what I would go for. You do have the prevailing structure, which is bearish. The order flow is bearish. So it makes a lot of sense as well to look for that continuation. But keep in mind that you are you're doing it basically at the wrong place, right? You need to be doing that as it is going towards a higher time frame demand zone, not when it's already in it, right? Because if you do it when it's in it, it can pop, it can, it's not ideal. So yes, you could be shorting this structure above us. But I will, not hold that for very long, or be a little bit conservative with it. On the 1 hour, there is a place. This is how I would trade that. If you're looking for the sell here on the H1, let's see. I would be doing it something like this, right? In that area, with the H4, which is still fresh, as you can see, right? So that's the area that I would have been considering. Let me see, did it come back? Yes. So that will be in this wick. Actually, we're a little bit, well, not necessarily late, but that wick, that's where I would be taking the short. And obviously there isn't a lot of place to target. The first trouble area is just there, right? So you have to either that doesn't make sense for my way of trading, taking this kind of a risk. So it needs to be something on the lower time frame that it makes it to make sense for me. And because it is the prevailing direction of the trend, you could consider, holding a longer position for that possible break of dollar yen. If we look at the daily, looking at the ATR, how is it doing today? Yesterday, 151. And what did it do to today so far? 161. Basically, I don't expect price to break anything today, based on the ATR. We do have some news coming up in about 25 minutes. You would know more, Pedro, if that news coming up, the PMI, I think it's service and manufacturing PMI, if that's going to be impactful or not. It is a red folder. Because that,
use it as impact, because it's a clear direct correlation to the economy, or to the state of the economy in the US. So that usually creates quite volatility. So already today in the morning with the euro, also in the UK, and now it's going to be in the US. So definitely it's going to, especially if it is a little bit of surprise, either up or down, definitely it's going to have volatility. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I because that's the only thing that I would consider. I don't think PMI is going to be, but I'm not the best person to have an opinion on that. I wouldn't expect PMI to be that explosive. If it were NFP or something like that, then yes, I could consider it breaking today. But PMI seems kind of, we could have some kind of volatility, but not that much that is going to break that necessarily, unless something else happens outside. By meaning outside, I mean outside of the trading world, on the geopolitical scene. So these are the two areas, and let's go to the lower time frame to see if we can find anything, right? So this is the area that makes sense to me currently to be trading the short, and actually you can already see that it's already to me that would be already a little entry right there when it, if you can see the quasi, it's a very beautiful quasi, by the way, on the 5 minute, right? I would be all over this if I were to trade this pair. It's coming from it's not a great entry, a great setup, because as we discussed, the target is only going to be a little structure below us, but I would definitely try to get in as close as I can and make it worth, right? Make it that would be something that I would be interested in. And on the other side, of course, we'll have to see price come back to this structure. Let's see if it, I'll have to come back to that structure. And in that case, I will go long with let's indicate this. That's a complete breakdown from how I trade, basically. I mean, isn't this beautiful? Look at this, everyone. Look at that. Look at that. I mean, isn't that beautiful?
Yep.
I would be. It's a thing of beauty. I think we should frame this and put it in the Louvre.
Sometimes you should be doing that, right? Just framing our living room, a kind of our our office with those beautiful trades. that would be
Yeah,
great.
yes, these are sometimes the market is it reacts beautifully to the this doesn't happen all the time. A lot of the times it squeezes it or just invalidates it downright. But it's just once in a while it has these reactions that are just beautiful. So I would be waiting. I think this is still valid, although it will be the second retest. If price were to come back into this area, I will go long from these. I'll try to go long from these structures. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I think I'm not. There we go. So anytime the market comes to this structure, I would want to see, price action flipping over, and I would try to get an entry. That would be my strategy or my way of approaching this. And whenever it gets to the upside, because we have two opposing structures very close to each other, which is not ideal, but you can take the short from the upside and take the long from each time. You can still do that because the market a lot of the time just does go sideways, consolidates, and in that period you can be taking longs on one side and short on the other side. That will be my breakdown on dollar yen. A bit extensive, but I hope everyone would appreciate it. I was gonna say something about pound, but maybe you have something to show, Pedro, or talk about before I do that.
On the pound dollar.
No, I'm just in general. Maybe some questions we had. I haven't been looking to. Remember, guys, hit the like button. Show us that we are or not. But in that case, still click the like button, and it's going to be just fine. Someone asking for an account. Pedro, could you take care of this? Get this person an account as fast as possible.
Definitely. Just tell me which account size you want, and if you want to start slightly profitable, we can also sort that out. Like you start with 3% up.
Yeah, I would say why don't we give him a funded account right away. I believe him. I think he's very profitable. I think this person is gonna make it right away. So let's give him a funded account right away. And we're just poking fun here, guys. We're not giving away any accounts today. At least not right now. But if you hit the like button, you make the chance, not a chance. We're gonna hit those numbers anyway, right? I'm not trying to be arrogant, but I'm just looking realistically for our view curve. The number of subscribers and things like that from the past. I'm just using past data here. Don't shoot me. I'm just a messenger. We will hit. What is the next milestone, Pedro?
70,000, I believe, and we are that close.
70,000. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So we will hit that milestone some point in the future. That's a given, right? So, but you watching this right now, right here, you can make the difference. You can make that milestone happen earlier, and the earlier that happens, the faster we will have this event of giveaways. We will give sometimes a few, maybe sometimes more than a few. So I believe once we had like 20 accounts to give on a session, and that could happen again. I'm not making any promises here, but so you can make it with liking or subscribing to our channel. You can make this. You can contribute in having these giveaways earlier than later, and that's something certainly you guys will like. I know you guys want accounts, and that's why we are here for. Let's do something, Pedro. What about you take a trade on your trading view, right? So not on your terminal, but a trade that you're going to be taking, and I'm going to be taking a trade, and we see that's not a competition. Just one trade, one idea, and we see, how it goes, and we can talk about it. If it hits stop loss, we can talk about it where it broke, or maybe what we could have done better. And if it hit TP, of course, we're gonna be like gorillas hitting on our chest. No, I'm just kidding. If it hit TP, then we will, explain, why we thought it was a good trade or not. And what do you say?
I said that I'm already short on NASDAQ.
All right, so maybe let's show your chart.
Yeah, let's see my screen. Yeah, so it was a trade that actually I placed this order a while back, and now I just realized that NASDAQ came all the way back into my entry level, and I got tricked. I got activated. So yeah, this was basically the trade in here. Something like this. And yeah, I have some kind of target somewhere around here, and then can even go a little bit more. But this was the idea. So I already talked a little bit about NASDAQ, that I was looking to see. I missed the entry in the morning. I was in the meeting just before I joined the live stream, because my idea was to short it straight away in the beginning. So I wanted to short it somewhere around here. When price was still around here, I wanted to wait for price to maybe react from this level and then look for a short, but I didn't notice when that happened, and I missed the short. So in my opinion, my idea was already to catch this move, which I didn't. And now price broke structure, so that's another factor to potentially continue to look a little bit more for a short, even though maybe price reacted from something in here, and that's why maybe bounced a little bit. Maybe there's a little bit more room to the downside. Of course, we are so close to the US Open, so it's going to be a little bit of a risky one now. Price can do whatever it wants. But yeah, so I was waiting to see price coming back into this level, start having a little bit of a rejection here, and kind of, to be honest, this time I actually just placed a 7 minute and I got activated. Otherwise, I would have waited a little bit more for price to confirm the trade. Yeah, I was literally now, I looked at my platform and I saw that I was tagged into the trade. Yeah, it's kind of literally come back into here. It's kind of a Quasimodo. If you think a little bit about it, there's maybe some signs of a Quasimodo in here as well. Okay, so there you go.
Definitely.
A pattern is, yeah. So it's working in here. It's also managed to break the structure. So that's the reason. That's the reason I'm in this trading here. I have, yeah, I think one of my initial targets is somewhere around here. So yeah, it's kind of around 2 to 1 initially, and then we'll see how it goes. Yeah, and then we'll see how it goes from here. But I'm expecting now, in 7 minutes, there's going to be the US Open, right? So we'll see what kind of volatility is going to happen at around this level. Definitely can be still faked out. Maybe there's even a little bit of a zoning there. Yeah, I'll see. Yeah, but that's basically that I'm already involved in.
I wasn't thinking through that idea, that spontaneous idea, too much, because of course there's news coming out as well in 20 minutes, and usually I'm not looking. I know I shouldn't be looking for trades, like 20 minutes, 15 minutes before the trade, before the news release. Even if I don't expect a huge reaction, it can change something in the market. Maybe not with spikes, but it will still change. It could change things in the market. Change things considerably. So let's look at what I would do. Currently, I do have some positions, but they are not on my main strategy. I was looking on. I'm gonna show my screen because I think you were just about to tell me, Pedro, that I'm not showing my screen, but I am showing, right? Am I right? You were just about telling me, right?
It says I was about to adjust it. Yes.
Yes. All right. So what I would looking for is, let's look at GU. I think it's very interesting. We talked about this last week, or maybe the week before that, Pedro, where we both are looking for some kind of indication here, right? We're for some kind of indication here for price
after a few weeks, it finally got there, right? I've been waiting for that for a while.
yes, and we got there. Now it's one thing that it gets to our the area where we start looking for some kind of maybe something to get in, but the market isn't exactly isn't exactly showing anything yet. It may take some time. It needs some time to mature, to consolidate, going perhaps sideways before it starts creating those structures that I could take. But let's take a look at that. So we have we are on a weekly time frame. This is not a trade to be taken like intraday. This is something for a swing trade, and it might take, it's a setup that you're going to be looking at to get an opportunity in days, even weeks, perhaps. We are in a bearish order block, right, on the higher time frames. That's the monthly right there. That's the M, not of that's M for month, of course. And we are on a monthly, on the weekly time frame. Also, this is the neckline, and we are currently playing with that entry order block on the weekly. So you have the monthly, the weekly, both of them lined up. There is a daily order block, but the daily is the daily a quasi? Let me double check that. Is it a tradable quasi on the daily time frame? For that, of course, I need to go to the daily. I think it's not, but let me double check that. On the daily time frame, nope, it isn't. Okay, so we only have the weekly and the monthly to tell us that probably we could see this could be like the last part, the last area where this big monthly structure and weekly quasi is going to invalidate, right? So there's a little chance either it breaks and we have a monster of a move out, like a breakout, that kind of way. What happened in EU not long ago? We're close to that area, right? It's a very high, high time frame level where there's a lot of eyes going to be looking at this, right? So because of the time frame, look at EU, what we had not long ago. Let's take a look at that before this kind of a move. Either it's going to break and go. How much was this move? We do know about 300 pips from that break, right? It's either going to be something like that on GU, or it's going to do something like a fake move, right? Meaning it's not going to eventually break out, but reverse and come back into the range and eventually break down perhaps into these areas. That's why you see those TP areas, TP lines that I have here. And we're looking at, that's the general idea. And one of the things that I've been waiting is for price to reach that structure above. That would be one little confluence, well, not so little, but one confluence that I would like to see. It hasn't happened yet, so it means that I will still be I'll still wait before I start loading the guns to get into this trade. The weekly time frame we already discussed, the daily as well. We do have a structure here which has been invalidated already, as you can see. So basically I need to take it away. The daily structure, we do have a daily quasi right here, right? Initially, and it looks like it's going to break it. We'll still have to wait, and I'm fine with it breaking because that as well can be a manipulation, right? So you have one structure being broken, and then it creates a second one, and then it takes off with the second, not the first one. So we don't have that reversal pattern, but we don't have any order blocks to trade off from. So we are very close to that area. So I'm looking for any signs here on the hourlies to see if the market, fakes everyone out. On the higher time frames, you'll only see a wick, right, above these structures, which are the monthly and the weekly. But on the lower time frame, what you will actually see is price doing those quasi that I like watching and look for, right? Things like that when it comes back. This on the high time frames will just be a wick. But on the lower time frame, on perhaps the 4 hourly, maybe the 8 hour, maybe the whatever hour you like, it's going to look as a reversal pattern. So let's dive in to see if there's something similar visible. And on the H2, there isn't anything. The neckline is here, which is not close by currently, so we'll have to still wait for that. Actually, I would expect, if anything, I would like to see a higher high, like the head being this become, what I would like to see is this become the left shoulder if possible, right? It's a little bit speculative, right? It hasn't been formed yet. So I would like to see something like this, where it has, this is the left shoulder and it goes on to take out that order block before coming back. The US Open?
It's about to.
Would you like to
Seconds.
take a look at it?
No, continue. Just to
Okay,
see, I'm just
all
curious to see how the market's going to move.
Perfect. So that's what I would like to see, because currently there isn't really anything. We do have one structure here, and yes, personally, I'm on the lookout. You got to be careful when you're wanting something too eagerly, because you're going to be looking and seeing things when there's nothing happening yet, right? There is an H4 order block, and we have a lot of order blocks being created on the same area, telling you that sellers are pushing down price continuously. But it's when you have these kind of squeezes, it doesn't look this compact, right? You're gonna see some blow up tops and price going into the extremes and coming back, something similar to what we see here, but then moving away quickly from that area, and that's not doing it. So the price action, the order flow, it doesn't tell us that we have reached the area yet. That's why I also think, which is just an opinion, right? It's not based on really any tangible thing, that I think we could still see the creation of the head, which would then make this the left shoulder. Yes, that will be then the neckline, I mean. However, currently,
I would love that idea.
Right? I think that would be an awesome one.
I would love that. I would love that.
Yeah. Maybe we can take one of those monster trades with a tight stop loss and just let it run, and come back like I don't know, a couple of weeks later, and it's hundreds of pips in profits. That could be a real possibility. All right. So what we do have. That's the context. That's the backdrop of what I'm going to say next. Now, the setup that I see next it's not ripe yet, right? So the H4 doesn't show me breakup structure. It's not looking like it's going to reverse necessarily on the higher time frames, but on the lower time frames we do have reasons to go in, which is this on the H4. I actually took it off, but we do have this H4 here, which, as I already showed, it is within two other order blocks that has been retested without follow through. But maybe this time it will have. This is the H4, and we go down. What do we see? What is that? That's a outside bar, right? That's why I have it with two yellow lines. It means that this area is considered the area that is going to be defended. Personally, I would have the yellow line here. Okay, so that makes me, every time the market comes into the between, I'm gonna go to the lower time frames, try to find my entries, and actually it kind of already happened. See that? And now we're getting that movement out of it. So that would be, the low time frame. It makes sense to get that. That would be my entry. Even if I had to take a trade, I would, get in here. Well, let's do it right here, as if I'm trading this. I'm not doing this on my actual account. If I enter this, I would be needing to enter this, all the way in here with a very tight stop loss and letting it run for initially this low, but probably a little bit lower. But for the sake of, let's do it where I was when I said it's a good trade. I'll put my stop above here, not being too precise. And let me look at that would be my trade, by the way. If I were to trade this, it's not great. That's why you need to be on the ball with these kind of entries. You can't just get in, minutes, a lot of minutes late. You got to be precise with your entry. Let's see where I would target this. Well, you got one structure here.
That was easy.
You took TP?
That was easy.
Oh, nice. All right, this is the initial like first trouble area, but you can already see that the risk reward ratio is not favorable, right? If you're the kind of trades that I take, I need to have, because my win rate is lower than 50%, I cannot take these kind of risk reward ratio, right? So I need to make sure that my trades the entries are where they're supposed to be, for me to take these kind of trades, right? But let's keep it as as realistic as possible, because that is where roughly I said somewhere like that. That would be one of the trades that I would take. Well, let me go back and see if where the target would be for today. Doesn't look like I want to be targeting. Look at that momentum, right? There's nothing here to target much lower prices. So you got to be careful. Let's look at the ATR. Broke all the rules. I'm not sure what he. Oh, this move on EU is impossible to believe. Yes. Okay. So let me see. Vinicius. Let's look at this. It looks like the ATR of GU is 86 on the daily. Let's look at the previous day's range. 86, actually almost to the pip. Not almost, to the pip. And currently we're doing 50, right? So we could still expect about 30 pips, or maybe this is going to be an inside day. That's also possible. So if I were to target based on the ATR, we could be looking at something in the range of 33, 54. Doesn't look like, not yet at least, right? So let's put it right there. And go to lower time frame, right? So that would be based on the ATR where I would be targeting. And let's look if there's any other structure in between that would make me consider. Look at that. So definitely that would be somewhere I could take partial TP and letting the rest run for that. Perhaps not even that. Look at that word block here. So that means that I'm going to be moving this to there. And that's how I do my trades. And obviously, I didn't get the trade. I didn't get the entry, right? The entry would have been in here, right? When price comes back, retesting those structures. In here or in there with my stop loss above that. Even if it took me out, if let's say I got in here and it took me out on this move, I will get in again, right? Because that's why I take small risk on each trade, because I know that I can be wrong, but that's fine. If it signals again, I get in back again, and we can target, as I said, these levels, which initially this level, and if it goes, everything goes as planned, eventually I will move my TP much lower. All right, so let's. We don't have enough time to.
By the way.
Okay.
Your ability to get in afterwards. Is there any rule on your side, kind of how many entries can you allow yourself to take? Like if you have one loss, kind of another loss. No, you just keep on going. Like,
it's 4? No. There's a couple of rules, of course, right? But what I do is I keep my entries as low in terms of the amount of risk, as low that I'm okay taking 1 to 5 trades in a day and having them all being losses, because it's not every day that every quasi is going to reverse. If the quasi is not going to reverse, I'm going to be wrong on all of them, and it may be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, even 7, and it's fine. So in my case, the risk needs to be so modest that it doesn't take a big chunk of me when I'm wrong on a quasi. And with time, you'll lose two quasis, and you catch one quasi that actually reverses with maybe 2, 3, or even 4 trades on, and they go on to make maybe 1 to 20, maybe 1 to 15, and that makes up for the rest. But you have to be able to absorb the losses on 1 or 2 setups, or in my case even 3 setups, before you get maybe one big winner.
Yeah, my question was actually focused also on like for example on this specific entry, like on the specific Cosmo, for example, right now, if you have a limit of how many losses would you allow yourself to?
Well, there isn't like a hard limit. I know from my data, like what are the ranges, like how many trades can I get looking at my data, and I take all the signals, how many will that be? And I base my strategy based on my past. So I do have sort of a limit, but it's not because I arbitrarily tell myself I am only allowed to take this many. It's because of that has been my data in the back testing and my real forward testing data, my history, my track record, and I based whenever I go beyond that, I start thinking. Actually, I accommodate for a margin, right? I know in the future I might take more than I did in the past, and that is still okay, but it can be like triple or even double, but I can take a few more. The rules that I do have that govern the number of trades that I take is that I need to take 1 trade per time frame. That's one thing. And I trade multiple time frames. So I have 1, 2, 3, and 5. So that means that I can take 4 signals at the same time.
Of the same pattern. Okay, got it.
Of the same pattern.
Interesting perspective. Yeah.
Yeah, and I can, like, the 1 minute can get me out, and if the 1 minute
5 minutes can keep you in on 50 minutes. Yeah, that's an interesting thought process. And the only reason I ask that, because both of us is a counter trend trader. One of the worst things that sometimes can happen, like we can be off on the first entry, on the second entry, but then usually up until what point the trader kind of starts going into revenge trading instead of actually still sticking with their own plan. Like and as a reverse trader, one of the things that happens many times, especially for someone that's more not so experienced, is to enter too early, kind of like they kind of can continue to try to enter on the reversal. It's not yet, and then kind of eventually when finally price kind of creates a top. It's basically the difference between entering on the left side of the V or on the right side of the V. Like when the head is created, are you entering on the left side when price still continues to go against you, or now you're entering on the right side when finally price now is actually going in the direction that you enter? Like many trades kind of sometimes it can be hard. Like if you go 1, 2, 3, 4, eventually trader either give ups and then kind of misses completely the move, or goes into a super revenge trading that those 3 can go into 7 and kind of, I don't know, like increasing risk, and that can be disastrous for their account. Because that of course I went through as well. Usually I kind of give it three attempts to get into the trade, but of course it still needs to be within the level that I want to trade, so that needs to be there. But at least three attempts, because we can definitely trade one range, but because we are placing our stop loss quite tight, then it can still be faked out and kind of re-enter again. But at 3, it's kind of my comfort. Yes, and I reduce my risk exactly as well to balance those 3 attempts, or then try to scale in if it goes straight away. And the process towards there is like, of course, that is the way we evolve as well, is if you constantly kind of lose the first and the second and you are getting the third right, it's maybe now time to kind of try to see what's the difference between the first and the second and the third. Like try to kind of skip as much as possible the first and the second that you are constantly giving money away, and try to focus a bit more on the third. And sometimes can be because of FOMO, because kind of you just want to be involved because FOMO, you want to actually participate on the move, and you are not so patient, or you are missing out a confirmation to actually to look for the reversal. But it's mostly for reversal traders, kind of what we're talking here.
Yes, it's a balance, because if you're too aggressive, you're going to be taking the too many trades early on of the transitions as a reversal trader, and by the time you actually catch the trade, you have so much pressure that trade needs to make up for a lot of trades, and that's not a good position to be in. So you need to find a balance, and the only way to do it is consult your data to see what, as you said, what happened. Is there any way I can filter out the first 2, 3, 4 losses by something that is there that I haven't seen before? It might be a rule. It can be some filtering rule, maybe an indicator, maybe some price action thing that you need to wait, maybe a specific time frame, right? Needs to do something for you, and unless it does that, you don't take any trade. That's just one examples that could be how to, because today we talked about that in the podcast, that Rich said it so so elegantly. Being a trader, a profitable trader, is not about not losing. It's about just winning more than losing. You will have losses, so you need to have. We have some movement here. Look at that wick. PMI, that is. Okay, of course it is. Being a good loser, or how to lose well, meaning you have, it's a given. You will have a set of trades that you did everything right, you will lose. The trick is to move the meter or the gauge in your favor by limiting how many times and the size you lose each time you lose. That's the trick. It's not about not losing, avoiding the losses altogether, because that's impossible. And that's exactly what you need to be doing, like optimizing your approach so that you you're not getting in too early, but you do catch the move. If you wait too much and you're too insensitive to the reversals, you're gonna get in late, right? So it's that there's that balance again. You need to do it right in the sweet spot, not too early, but also not too late. Like this entry is already too late. My entry would have been, depending on what time frame it is, I would have been wanting to get in perhaps in here. Let me look at the one of those peaks. Let me see if I can pinpoint, right? If there is a quasi here, no, the quasi is always here. So that means that when price comes back, I'll be in here looking at this order block on the 1 minute. In this instance, it did actually invalidate it. So maybe the 1 minute wouldn't have triggered me, but perhaps the second neither. And this one did. So the 3 minute would have triggered me. So as you can see, it creates, there's that neckline. Actually, let me mark it out. So you have it breaks the neckline and comes back all the way to that last order block. And that's where I need to be taking my entry, right? When I see in here that the market rejected breaking that structure. That's one thing. There's one thing though that I wanted to say or show. One thing to consider. It's not necessarily a rule that you need to abort this trade, but there is something that is a little bit disconcerting about this setup, is that it did switch nicely bullishly. You do have an order block here on the second attempt, which is not ideal, but it can still have an effect, a bullish pop. The second attempt, so you have an order block, and the first time around, it didn't create anything on the H2. I don't know on the H1. On the H1 neither. It didn't, right? It did have that impulsive move, but this doesn't scare me or doesn't, tell me anything. However, here on not on the H4, but the H2, you can see that it comes back into that order block and it creates one on top of that. If you see that on the H1 as well, and this I don't like about this setup. It's still, I would still take it, but it's something that I would take into consideration. It creates that order block on top of another one, which means it's following a bullish script, comes back retesting, so as acknowledging and confirming that this is a good demand zone. It goes up, and if it closes now in 11 minutes above this open, that could be a reason to, I don't say necessarily that's my reason to get out, but that could be a reason to get out of the trade, right? Because it should not close above that line in 10 minutes. If it is, if it does close there, it's likely to, to fail. The setup will fail. Well, those are the things you can filter. When is the market actually giving you all the signs that this is a high probability trade? And even after the trade, there are things you can read in the market in price action that will tell you that your trade, even before it hits stop loss, that it's unlikely to succeed. In those cases, if you go back to your data and you watch every time that I get in, and this same scenario is happening, how many times that you get profit? Is it profitable, this subset of trades? And what is the expectancy? If you have a much lower expectancy, or it's around zero, I would say filter them out. You don't need them. You don't need the zero expectancy trades in your data. So you could adjust your trade plan based on that. And that's exactly my process in molding my trade plan as I go forward, because it's never finished. Your trade plan is never finished. It's always a work in progress. Either because you're improving it all the time, or the market changes slightly and you need to listen to what the market is doing and telling us by its changes. So that's one thing that we could be looking right there, right? So what does price do? Does it close above? If it does, that's a sign of strength, and it shouldn't getting stronger now. It should be getting weaker, right? For my setup to work out. So that's one thing, right? And perhaps that this is the news. That's a quite bullish looking candle. We'll have to see. Look at how it reacted there. We'll have to see how it closes in about 8 minutes. Actually, where's the trade that I let me see. Did I yeah, there you go. Let me see where did I think I was in my entry was somewhere in there. I think somewhere like this, if I'm not mistaken. All right, so that would be my the trade that I would take. Let's see.
Yeah. Yeah, we'll see what's going to happen. We have the US indices, which we just range a little bit. It might take profit and then it is moving a bit more to the upside. Something that I wanted to see is that the yen index is actually confirming the move to the downside, which most likely we have the N pairs moving upwards. So this is a nice move that we have in here. Basically, we talked about that. Yeah, where price kind of fake out this top in here. Nice liquidity. It had already broken this level, and now kind of which we're retesting, and it looks like it's moving to downside at this point in a strong move. Maybe wants to go a little bit closer. When we have the dollar yen doing the opposite, also kind of moving a little bit. Let's see if it's managed to break this structure or not. But it's kind of we're just noticing a little bit of bullishness on the yen pairs. Most likely even pound yen a little bit. Yeah, pound yen also moving nicely. Euro yen most likely also, even though not so much because the euro is also fighting. But there you go. Yeah, that was basically something that I wanted to say. In terms of the trade I took, it's basically done. Actually ended up taking my profit was quite nice. I took everything from here, to be honest, and that's it. That was the trade. I was out in there. Price actually still came back all the way back to my entry level with this spike. So basically respected this new Quasimodo in here. Yep. Wait, not so much. Yeah, it respected that Quasimodo and then yes, and then it went to my target. So I still had to survive this moving here to all good, and now it's moving upwards.
Hi Jonatan, how are you doing? We have Diego from Buenos Aires. Bienvenido, Diego. Welcome with us today. I hope you are having fun and learning a lot, or learning a lot, or having a lot of fun, I would say. Jonatan.
Yeah,
Welcome
how's it
to
going,
last
guys? Just
5
wanted to
minutes.
jump in and say thank you, Victor and Pedro, and especially Pedro. You've been live for quite a long time here today, so it's a special thank you. Well, you know, Victor, I like you as well, but a special Pedro, a special thank you to Pedro because you covered my session earlier. I think you've been live for 3 hours now or something. So awesome.
Yeah, come. Oh, there you go. Have there you go. Ednivaldo, go join us in our Portuguese community in the 5ers. And actually, guys, we just crossed the 500 subscribers. So there you go.
Nice.
Congratulations.
Beautiful.
We are going to do our first giveaway in the Portuguese community. So thank you very much for everyone that has subscribed to the channel. Next target is 1,000. So it's just twice as much. It's quite easy. But thank you very much, guys. 500 is a good mark. We have been kind of fighting for that. So many thanks for everyone.
You know, I was
This
looking
is
at the
just the
likes of
beginning.
the. I was looking at the likes of the live stream. I said, 500 likes. We're going to do a giveaway. We're at 354, which means we're 146 likes away from giveaways. And I'm gonna continue with this target next week as well, because it seems that we're getting closer and closer to hitting that 500 likes milestone to go for another giveaway. Yeah. Good live stream today. I've been listening here in the background while doing some video work, going through some algorithmic things here. There's so much to go through. Getting tired looking at all these figures, all the numbers.
A special.
Have you been studying?
But yeah, I've been nah, not really. I should study more. I haven't.
A special.
I think the last week before the CMT test, I'm probably gonna do just take a week off, try to see if I can be alive as little as possible and work and just lock myself in a room and study, because I think my biggest issue now is having the time to actually study.
Maybe you can study while streaming. I think that would be good. I mean, that's a good example of a good trader, disciplined, studying. They'll all fall asleep, but it doesn't matter. It'll be a good content.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be reading out loud from a book. No, but I'm doing some should be good. The biggest problem right now is finding I think I need to get a hotel room to find a suitable area to do the test, because there's certain rules you need to follow. If you're they have centers you can go to do the test, but that's in my closest one is in Stockholm, which is like 4 hours away from here. So I'll have to do it from home. But if I'm going to do it at home, I need to have I need to be in a space with the laptop, and I can only have one piece of paper and a pen. And if there's any windows, all the windows have to be blocked, and there can't be any other person within the whole house during those 4 hours of doing the test. And I can't have any type no jewelry. I have to lift off my shirt and show if I have anything on my body. I can't have a watch or anything like that. It's super, super strict. I haven't seen anything like it. It's insane. And then someone's going to monitor you at all time. And if someone enters the room, or if they hear voices from someone else, you are immediately disqualified from the test.
So basically, you have to sell all your monitors, right? You just bought them, you have to sell all of them.
So what I have to do most likely is I need to probably, I don't know, I need to reach out. I know Michael from Trader Pool has done this. I need to reach out to him to see what he did. But most likely I need to get a hotel room and kind of clean out the whole hotel room and be only me and the laptop. Otherwise I'm gonna get disqualified.
without room service, no food during that time.
Yeah. No, exactly.
Imagine if you're in a hotel room, you waited for this, you rented a very nice one, you did all the preparation, and someone knocks the door to, I don't know, a random person to ask you something.
Just
Yeah,
let us know which
exactly.
hotel room you are. We are going to ring the reception and just take a bottle of water to Jonathan.
Yeah, exactly. Order a 3-course meal, you know, with entertainment and everything. I know.
Chicken wings on the room 5530, and there's Jonathan.
Yeah. But I like, you know, I like the fact that I like the fact that it's very serious, because that tells me, you know, that they're very serious about it, and passing it is actually a challenge, and you know, it obviously adds credibility to the certification once done. But I read the instructions and I showed my partner the instructions. She's like, "It's got to be a joke, right? It's got to be a joke." Like, I'm gonna be sitting in my living room with like. I'm gonna board up the, like, what am I gonna do, like, with the windows? Like, it's crazy.
I have a couple of questions though, Jonathan. You said you have to. Did I hear you had to lift your shirt to show that you don't have anything on you? I mean, how does that work? Do you shirt is not the only thing you have on. Do you have to take off other parts of? That's one question.
You have, like, no,
I mean,
like,
if you're wondering if shirt is a problem, and people have other garments on, would you need to take those garments off as well to show that you don't have something there?
Yeah, I thought about it as well, but I think, you know, I think most likely I don't have to, but we'll see. But like, you need to have a camera, and then you have to like show your whole room. You need to have a camera, and then you kind of like have to spin around and show the whole room. And so yeah, it's quite serious, and that's what I'm most nervous about. Like the actual test, not so much, but what I'm most nervous is about, like, it's quite serious.
Disqualified the process.
Yeah. All right. Okay. This came on here to say goodbye, basically, and end the live stream.
You have perfect timing, Jonathan.
Yeah.
Perfect timing. All right, so I think that's it for today, everyone. I would like to thank Jonathan for coming in and saying goodbye, and Pedro for being here the whole time. Thank you all for watching today. We hope you had a good dose of good content. If you did, hit the like button, subscribe to our channel, make us reach 70, 80, 90. We're going all the way to the moon. Yes. On its way, we're going to be giving you giveaway accounts, right? So there's that click is in your best interest. By clicking,
how many subscribers do we have now? Let's see. We got 69.2. We almost have 70K. Wow.
Yeah.
That was quick.
That is.
We're only 30,000 from that magical 100,000 mark. Ooh. Like 100,000 has been my goal since we started this. And remember, we started with 25,000. We're now at almost 70. That's huge. That's really, really huge.
Yeah.
So that tells. That's weird. Who
someone is walking?
I should not. Probably my kids.
All right. So that's as we said. This is the end. But fear not, we will be with you again on Monday. We'll have great content, a lot of good excitement things to announce. There is a competition going on our Discord server, on the website, not only on the Discord, on our whole community, basically. We have the Discord community as well, waiting for you to gain access and enjoy all the good stuff, the goodies that our community delivers. So that's it for us for today. My GU trade is putting me a little bit on a spot here, but that's it for us for today. See you guys Monday again. Any last words?
All right, you guys.
Pedro?
Yeah, Monday. Well, Monday.
Yeah. Thank you, guys.
All right, thank you, guys.
Have a great one.
Bye.
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 Hi guys, so thank you very much for watching the video. Now make sure you like and subscribe, and most of all, go into the YouTube and check our other content that we provide here at The 5ers. We'll see you in the next one.